it looks like we're all about ready to go. This is a joint workshop of the Cranston City Plan Commission and the Cranston City Council. I'll introduce myself first as the City Plan Commission President, Steve Frias.
Good evening. Welcome to the joint session of the Cranston City Council and the Cranston City Plan Commission. I'm Jessica Marino, the council president.
Thank you. So you can see here, to your left is the Planning Commission, to your right is the City Council. If the City Council, let's see, all our members are here on the Planning Commission, I believe, except for Mr. Zadalis and Mr. Carrero. So the record will reflect that. Council President, I know from the organization, your body will do a roll call vote to start the meeting.
Yes, thank you. Do you have a microphone?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, Madam President, I'm behind you.
Different this evening. We're making the best of it. At this time, we are commencing the joint workshop of the City Council entities. If the clerk could please take the roll on attendance.
Council President Marino.
Present.
Council Vice President Wall. Councilman Milano. Councilman Milano.
Present.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz.
Present.
Councilman Trafficante.
And on the agenda this evening, we'll start with the joint workshop, being the discussion of the redevelopment proposal for Mulligan's Island LLC, represented by Attorney John Mancini, who's here this evening. And I will defer if Chair Frias has any comments, although before we have Mr. Mancini present.
Okay. Thank you very much, Council President. Well, what I say, as many of you've seen as a notice to this, is that the developer will be making a presentation of an idea or a concept that he has for this property. The staff of the planning department, acting director Beth Ashman, has prepared a short presentation to introduce the concept and the property to all of us here, to give us some background before we turn it over to Mr. Mancini to make his presentation. So, Ms. Ashman, when you're ready to proceed, please do so.
Thank you. I want to make some initial comments on what we hope to accomplish this evening and provide some background on how we got here today. The owners of this 55-acre site are getting out of the business of operating Mulligan's Island, and they wish to develop this property for a new use. But the zoning on this property is mixed plan development. So this is specifically authorizes the Cranston Sports and Entertainment Center site plan. So anything else that would like to develop on this property requires a zone change, which requires approval from this, which has to be passed by the City Council. So the hope is that the presentation tonight will move us toward creating a new zoning ordinance that reflects the needs of Cranston's community and the realities of this particular parcel. So this parcel was state-owned and was part of the Howard Complex. It was sold by the Economic Development Corporation, the state, in 1997 to Gulfing Partners LLC as part of the Phase 2 of the Howard Industrial Park, and it was anticipated to be developed for commercial use. The Costco proposal that you're all familiar with was not well received in the community, and so that's really why we're here today, to get input and start fresh with a new plan. But through previous development proposals, we have heard several themes from residents and abutters that we believe are still relevant. First, that any development abutting the residential properties should be at a compatible density and have, a visual year-round buffer between residential uses and anything that's substantially different. Also, the buffer between any new development and the prisons must be carefully considered for the benefit of the people who will use the site in the future, as well as for the state prison. The prison is here to stay, and it's likely to be the site of future development as their future needs, for example, possible additional prison residential facilities may be built. They would be built inside the prison facility. So the state will be taking a close look at sight lines between any proposed development and the prisons. The historic Daniel Congdon Cemetery is on the site, and it needs to be preserved with a 25-foot buffer. There's a top park on the site, which is very near to a roadway. And if there have to be any disturbances to the playground, certainly the city would want to have that playground made whole, even if it's slightly relocated. And finally, I think from the planning department, very important, is any proposal with a substantial change in traffic pattern will need a traffic study to make sure that we design the roadways appropriately and can make sound planning decisions. So I say this partly because I think this kind of specific guidance that we've heard in the past is very useful to shaping the design, and we hope to hear a lot more along these lines from you tonight. So what I hope to accomplish this evening, I hope to get some initial feedback and reactions from residents about what the ideas that are floated by the developer and also concerns. And we'll hopefully get some specific do's and don'ts informed by people who know this area very well. And while it's natural to want to not see things change, I think it's really important that we consider that we need to give the developer some reasonable use for the development of their property, which, has from the beginning been intended for economic development purposes. And finally, that considering the city's needs, we have need for more tax space and we have need for more housing. So because this proposal being developed here tonight is primarily residential, I want to have Toby Arment share a couple slides just to give you some context for the residential demand situation in Cranston right now.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you to the City Plan Commission and City Council for letting me speak. For those who may not know me, my name is Toby Arment. I am a housing fellow funded to be in the city of Cranston by the State Department of Housing to help increase housing production. And given that this, as mentioned, this proposed would be rezoned for residential purposes, I want to speak a little bit about some of the residential need in our community and what kind of process we should be looking forward to. Am I good to advance? Okay. So here's some historical data about housing and housing production in Cranston. You can see that this axis, the x-axis here shows the percent change, and we have three different categories: yellow, households; green, housing units; and then blue, population. And we can see that household formation in the last several years especially has been greatly outpacing the number of housing units being produced. This is in part because households are becoming smaller, and with them outpacing housing units, that's creating an increased demand for housing, and there's not enough production keeping up with it. We can further see this in the amount of inventory that's available in the city of Cranston. In about 2012, we had close to 400 units available, and today that is much closer to 100. So we've lost about 75% of the vacancy in the city, which is just another indicator that there is not enough housing units being produced to keep up with the demand for housing, and the population increases and household formation increases that are coming to the city of Cranston. Following this, we can see a very close trend between the decreasing vacancy and the increasing prices. In the same time frame between 2012 and 2023, we've seen the median household price almost double from $150K to over $300,000. So again, these prices are just reflecting an increase in demand without the subsequent increase in supply necessary to make sure that prices are stabilized. We can also see this in the incomes of the residents of Cranston. The median household income in Cranston is about $83,000, but the income needed to rent the median apartment in Cranston is higher than that at $84,000, and to afford the median home, it is almost double the median income at $143,000. So clearly the house prices have greatly exceeded the incomes and have not kept pace, which is another indicator that we need to take dramatic action to decrease home prices, as right now you have to make almost twice the median income of the area to be able to afford the average house. We also have some statistics that I put together about current housing need. We have about 33,000 housing units in the city of Cranston, but we need another additional close to 3,000 to get to a healthy vacancy rate. And as for low and moderate income housing, we have about 1,800 units right now. And if we want to meet the state's prescribed goal of 10% of the units in the city being low and moderate income housing, we'd need to add about double what we currently have, or about 1,600 extra low and moderate income housing units. And this development, which is a 55-acre parcel, provides a great opportunity for us to create some low and moderate income housing to help achieve our housing needs. And lastly, just some data on student impacts, the impacts of new housing on education populations. This has been a big issue in the city of Cranston. And so just some statistics to kind of ground that conversation is we can see that on average, a new single family unit will produce about 100 single family units will produce 40 new students into the school system, whereas 100 new multifamily rentals or apartments or condos will only produce about 6. So about 1/7 as many students. So if we're looking to make sure that our schools are not, go over capacity, then creating more multifamily units and condos is a healthier solution than creating more single family units, which create more student population, which is just another consideration to keep in mind as we are looking at this proposal. So that is all I have. Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm excited to hear all of your comments. Thank you.
I think that was the, is that Beth for the planning staff? Okay. Is this the point now where Mr. Mancini should come forward? All right, Mr. Mancini, would you like to come forward on behalf of the applicant to float your concept? Right there.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the City Council and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for taking the time to be here to consider this. And it's a great honor to be able to jointly address both bodies. It's not often that we get this opportunity to do that, but I think that this evening is an opportune time for us to consider some of the issues that are present with regards to this property. And I'm glad that we're able to do this joint session. It's something that we spoke with the planning department and something my client wanted to do. So before I get into it formally, John Mancini, I represent the applicant and the petitioner, who's the owner of the property, who is seeking a zone change for this property. This owner and this developer has been a corporate citizen of the city of Cranston for quite some time. You heard from Beth, your town planner, a little bit about the history of this parcel going back to 1997, when this parcel was originally owned by the state and was sold off. And the original underlying zoning for this parcel was commercial, and the intent for this parcel was for it to be an expansion of either the prison or an expansion of the Howard complex. And then back in 1997, between 1998 and 2001, there was a healthy discussion between the planning department and the city council at that time as to how to rezone this property and how to make it so that it wasn't going to be an encroachment either to the surrounding neighborhoods or affect future development with the corner of Saconaset. And many of you may remember back then, the corner of Saconaset used to be a destination place. And then when I say destination place, I remember it because that's where my father used to drive me to tell me that if I wasn't doing the right thing, I was going to end up in one of those buildings. And they were vacant. So at the time I was a bit confused and didn't really know why I would end up in those buildings, but they used to be the former trading schools. And there was always a discussion of an expansion of the trading school and of the prison. And so back in those early 2000s, a lot of controversy, I wouldn't say controversy, but there was a lot of discussion, a lot of concern as to what was going to happen with that parcel. And when this original owner proposed a recreational facility and a golfing facility, we thought it was a tremendous idea. And it was approved as a mixed use development. And at that time, the city and the city planning staff was using this concept of MPD, which is multi-plan district uses. And the concept of an MPD was to have one large parcel owned either by one owner or a combination of owners, but it would have a multitude of different uses. And it was very popular around the city because we you may recall, I don't recall, but Narragansett Brewery is an MPD, and that's the same type of concept. It was a concept of mixed uses, different commercial uses being combined. And ultimately, Sakanasa Crossroads and Sakanasa and Chapel View was part of an MPD. So there were three major MPDs at that time in the city, and they have been very, very successful, including this development. And the concept of MPD is something my client wants to continue to incorporate into the city. And right now, the existing MPD that we have is for recreational. And what we're asking, what we're proposing is to add to the recreational permission, if you will, the grant of recreation to include residential. And the purpose for residential in this parcel is something that my client believes is not only viable, but a necessity. It's a necessity for two primary reasons. One is that, and you've heard from your planning staff, that the city of Cranston, in conjunction with the state of Rhode Island, has a need for housing and has a need for different types of housing, has a need for single family, has a need for condos, it has a need for multifamily apartment style or garden style apartments. And the second important point as to why it's crucial for us to come together collaboratively to determine what's the best use here is because if it's not going to be residential, it could be an expansion of commercial. And the perfect example of the attempt for commercial was when Costco came and tried to utilize this parcel for a large scale big box retail facility. Now, granted, I think everybody can agree that having Costco in the city of Cranston and having Costco in the state of Rhode Island is a positive. It's an important plus. It's an economic generator. It's certainly something that people want. Apparently, the hot dogs and the pizza is worth the trip. But the one thing we heard clearly from the last proposal for this site was that commercial and large scale commercial mixed use is not something that's viable for this site. It doesn't work for all the many reasons that were propounded at the last time that it was before this body, before the planning board and also the city council. And the major concerns were the surrounding residential neighborhoods, and the response and the issue that we heard amplified by the residents during that time period. And I was able to, although I wasn't involved, been able to go back and kind of really delve into it and learn it as we kind of get into the development or hope of development of the site, was not only traffic, but whether it was consistent with the overlook or the vision of the city. And as the planning board is intimately familiar, their role is to develop a vision for the city of Cranston when it comes to planning, and that is the comprehensive plan. City council's role is to approve that plan with recommendation from the planning board. And you've just gone through that process and you have a new comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan really has left this site open again. And what I mean by that, it's recommended as mixed use MPD, but really doesn't give you particular direction as to whether it should be recreational, whether it should be commercial, or whether it should be residential. What we're proposing is essentially formulating a plan for this parcel to permit it to be residential. And we're asking it to be an MPD because we think that the residential component of this parcel should be mixed. It should be a mix of single family dwellings, a mix of duplexes or townhouses, and then a sprinkle of apartments, multifamily. And what we're asking in this proposal is not anything specific. We need the general underlying zoning to allow us to then go to the marketplace to find this suitable developer for the different components of this project. Because this is not going to be one size fits all. It's going to be different developers, different components, different aspects to it, all working collectively and conjunctively so that it works properly, so that it doesn't overwhelm the city either in traffic or either in density. And those are going to be two very key components of this project as we move through the process. And as the board is very familiar, what we're proposing is not any land development project right now. This is any project that comes before you is going to be part of a multi-layered process. And that multi-layer process is going to start with a conceptual review by the planning board, and then ultimately a review by the city council, and then back to the planning board for review of the detailed engineering aspects, then a review of the state agencies, which would include here Department of Transportation, because we're on a state highway. It would include Department of Environmental Management, and then ultimately back for final plan. And the reason why I say that is because I want the residents to understand that no project here is going to be a one-shot, one-deal concept. It's going to be a process that's going to unfold. But before we can even get to a formal type of submission, we need to correct, if you will, or understand or confirm what the zoning will permit here. And we ask that that zoning be residential so that we can, again, go out to the marketplace. Now, I have Greg Guglielmo with me from Dupree Engineering, and he's prepared some conceptual plans to give the board some insight as to what the developer is thinking about as far as the multitude of, well, I wouldn't say multitude, but the different types of housing and how they're going to play together here. We've also have established buffering because we've heard that there are concerns with regards to sight lines, with regards to buffering, with regards to open space. So we've incorporated that, but again, at a very high level, very conceptual standpoint without necessarily going into details because we don't know the details. And some of the concerns that we've already heard is well, I wouldn't say concerns that we've heard, but some of the comments that planning has had and others that we've discussed this is, well, is it the horse before the cart or the cart before the horse? Should you be here with a detailed master plan submission that lays out parking spaces, lays out traffic circulation, lays out elevations on buildings, lays out open space, lays out amenities for different types of uses? And our response to that is that we've tried to do that. And we believe that doing that only creates an injustice to this parcel because we need an overall concept first. We need to understand where we think best to put single family dwelling, where we think best to put multifamily, and where do we put the duplexes. That layout first is kind of the foundation, if you will, that will then allow us to go back out to the marketplace and find a single family developer who will do single family that they do to their perfection, a developer who would do townhouses to their perfection, the same with apartments. And that's the reason why we've come here with the request to allow us to get zoning designation and then going out and come back with specific plans. Our goal in this process and our goal in submission this petition is to get input from the council and input from the planning board. One of the biggest lessons that we learned through the Costco process was that we came in with what we thought would be best without first consulting those who deal with it on a day-to-day basis. And that is the planning staff and the city council and of course the residents. So we thought to flip that process around. We thought that in this scenario, we want to come here first, get your input, and then go back out and design and develop, and then come back with a design and a development. A bit unique. A lot of developers and a lot of property owners don't do that because it's expensive, but this is a unique parcel. And as a result of that, we think having a collaborative discussion such as this is going to be worthwhile and pay dividends in the future for us, as opposed to just trying to get specific developments of 20 lots here, 20 condos there, 20 apartments in another location. But the other thing that I want to stress for this board is that, and I think the board already, well, the council and the commission already very much acutely aware of the uniqueness of this parcel. It's not very common that you can find a parcel that's 55 acres, 56 acres that has the type of infrastructure that this parcel has. This parcel is uniquely situated because it has the requisite infrastructure. It has water, it has accessibility to gas and accessibility to sewer. You don't have that in many other areas. So one of the problems that we're facing as not only here in the city of Cranston, but throughout the state, is the fact that there aren't much good parcels of land left. What is left are problems, properties with wetlands issues, properties with stream issues, properties with drainage concerns, properties with traffic concerns. This property is, again, doesn't have much of those restraints or constraints, and that's an extreme positive. The other positive aspect of this property is that the majority is upland. There's not a great deal of wetlands, and the wetlands that do exist there, we can accommodate very easily by putting them into open space. They're not obstructive of the construction that we would do or the type of development that we would need to do on that site. That's again a unique position. And then finally, the uniqueness of this is the accessibility to everything. It's essentially in the heart of Cranston. You know, I lived in Cranston. I moved to Providence for a short period of time, and I came back to Cranston. And people asked me, well, why did you come back to Cranston? I said, well, because my taxes in Providence were far more and my services were far less. But the reality of it is, we're very fortunate because we live in a city that is centrally located to everything. Everything runs through Cranston. You have 295, you have 95, you have accessibility, and there's no reason that is the reason why, you know, Costco keeps trying to come to Cranston. So we have something unique here, and this is something that I think we want to cherish, not only our city, but most importantly, these 55 acres in the center of the city located where it is located. And I think one of the discussions that this board, the commission and the town council, the city council needs to engage in is what type of development do you want to see grow here? But the reality of it is that this is going to be developed. And so is the development going to be towards commercial where it becomes an expansion or a copy essentially of Chapel View? Or is it an expansion of the areas that are located behind or near or surrounding this area, which is residential? And the other reality of it is also that the state is in competition for this real estate. The state has a big investment there, as you were very much aware, and that is not only the prison, but the Howard complex. The state, as I indicated earlier, gave away this property, well, sold the property. They have tried to buy it back, and a portion of this property, which is utilized by Mulligan's Island, is also state owned. We don't own it, we lease it. And we don't know ultimately what is going to happen to that. So I think there's a vested interest for the city and for the developer, as I said at the onset, to see that this is done right for two reasons. One, to create the needed housing, but secondly, to try to stop the encroachment of commercial if that's not what the city has envisioned for this site. In my read of the comprehensive plan is that it doesn't. My understanding of the transcripts from the last time this was tried to develop, the neighbors don't want to see a commercial development of this site. And for that reason, we've come here now for residential. So with that, I just want to, unless anyone has any questions of me, I want to have Greg kind of just walk through the site plan that we've developed so that the board and the residents have an understanding of how we're proposing the different types of uses and how we want to see them integrated into this.
Does any of my colleagues have any questions? I don't, by the way. Council President?
Do any council members have any questions at this time?
You can proceed.
You'll wait. No, there will be another opportunity to have discussion. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, we're again, our goal is here to listen and to take in consideration your comments, and then we intend on being back. Obviously, one important thing, maybe just for the members of the audience so they understand the process, we've made a petition for a zone change. We would be scheduled for the planning board to make findings and recommendations to the city council. We would then go to the city council ordinance committee and then ultimately to the city council for a full vote. But we thought before we started that process, that official process rolling, we'd have this workshop session kind of as a opportunity to hear comments and then come back to the planning board with the normal process of proceeding with their findings, their recommendations, and then ultimately to the town council. City council, I'm sorry. With that, I'll just have Greg kind of walk through the site plan and.
Thank you, John. Good evening. Greg Guglielmo from Dupree Engineering. I also had experience at the Bad Boy School, as it was called, John, but I don't think I was ever brought there. My experience was more at the Howard Complex when I was a kid. My father used to take us to fly kites there. So I've remembered, I have very good memories of Sakanasa in that area long before it was built up the way it was today. But also, like John, I was a Cranston graduate from Cranston West. Grew up in Cranston, moved out of Cranston and moved back. Actually, my taxes are more in Cranston, Johnson, than they were where I came from. But I'm bullish on Cranston too. I believe in Cranston. This is an exciting project to hopefully work on. I've worked at DePree Engineering for over 30 years. I'm a certified land planner. I've worked on projects all throughout southeastern New England, projects in Cranston, projects from single-family home sites in Cranston to large-scale development projects like the Amazon project in Johnston. But through my career, most of the projects that I've worked on, a developer comes in and says, okay, the zoning for that parcel is commercial. I'd like to do commercial, and I'm going to go and submit an application. There's no real communication with the planning departments in those cities and towns or with the planning commission. It's the zoning is already set. I know what I can do, and I'm going to submit accordingly. I've worked on one project in 33 years that did it the opposite way, and not by choice of the developer. And I'll tell you what it is. It's not comparable to what we're proposing here today, but it's called the Village at South County Commons, and it's in South Kingstown, right on Route 1. And that project was originally proposed as a residential subdivision. And the town, the planning department at the time came up to the developer that we were representing and said, please don't do this. We would like to have a mixed-use development here. We believe it makes sense. Can we write an ordinance to do this? And the developer said, well, that's great. I'll give you, I don't know, I don't remember what he said. This is 25, 30 years ago. I'll give you 90 days to tell me what we can do. And that is a much larger tax generator for the town of South Kingston than it would have been if it was 50 some odd residential lots on Route 1. Some people may argue that maybe it should have been the residential subdivision and not the other way around. But the point being that in the 33 years that I've done this, most of the time, we're following what the regulations are that are in front of us. This is a time that for me, selfishly, as a Cranston resident, but also as a planner, could be an exciting project to work collaboratively with the council, with the commission, with the planning staff to come up with something that does make sense, not just for the future developers, but for the city as a whole. Most of the time, when I look through, say, if a developer comes to us and they're looking at a parcel, they say, well, what can I do here? And that's certainty. So most developers, I've done CVSs. They look in the zoning code and they say, okay, a CVS is allowed. They say, okay, well, a drive-through isn't, okay? Because we know that most of these, we try and work through the drive-through. Say, okay, well, we're gonna go and try and see if we can get the drive-through put in. If they can't, they usually go away because we know most of these developers need to have things a certain way. They're not really looking for collaboration with the cities. They're looking to ram through what they want to put through. So it's exciting to work on something that could be collaborative. As we've talked about before, and John talked about, this is a mixed use. It's zoned currently as a mixed use plan district, which is defined as, and we mentioned, it can be a single owner or a group of owners. But what's important is it's planned as a single entity, where there can be a multitude of uses that may not be permitted in a single zoning district. So I was looking back at some of the information on Mulligan's Island, and one of the reasons that Mulligan's Island was proposed as an MPD was because of the types of uses. So they were looking at the time of doing some sort of retail component, which I believe was, say, the pro shop, the golf course, and a restaurant. There's not too many zones, or it may not even be a zone in Cranston that allows all three of those. So where they want to have these homogeneous uses, you look towards these MPDs. So what the dilemma with that can be, and what I think we've seen happen before on this parcel and other parcels, is developers usually like certainty. They like someone to tell them what they can do. And if they can make that work financially, they develop it. That's in essence, in a nutshell, what zoning and comprehensive planning is. Cities and towns are telling future developers, this is what we want to see on these parcels. The comprehensive plans take years to put together, as we've seen in the city of Cranston, but in other places as well. And they take time because they're a little bit messy. You have taking information from many constituents, abutters to certain parcels, how they want the city developed. You're taking information in from your planning staff of how the city should be developed. But once those are done, that gives developers certainty. Now, there is one type of developer that is okay with a little bit less certainty. And we've seen that on this parcel. These are large scale developers. So I've worked again with, BJ's Wholesale Club, Amazon. We did the Citizens Bank facility in Johnston. For some reason, they somehow find a way in a lot of towns to find I'll call the necessary political clout to make those projects happen. And so as a Cranston resident, I look at that and I say, well, that's not always the best use of a land that went through hundreds of hours to come up with a comprehensive plan of what should be there. But I'll get off my soapbox on that for a second. I feel that the best experiences that I've had on projects are ones that strike the balance between the project owners and the communities that they're in. And I think we have an opportunity to do that here. With that, I'll kind of just talk about the plan a little bit. This is what I've kind of called the germ of an idea. And the first thing that came to mind, and I started thinking about this, geez, I don't know, maybe a couple of years ago, is it's called transects. And this is a planning term that talks about kind of the natural way that development happens in most communities. And if you think of Cranston, and I'll use terms because I think everyone here that's in the room is from Cranston. I live in Western Cranston. I live near the Chafee Sports Complex. Directly to the west of me is mostly open space. There's also a large solar field, but most of it is open space. That's all the way to the left, what they're calling Transect 1 on this. Then most communities kind of move in different transects towards different types of uses. So what they're calling here rural. So rural is kind of the farmland that's, somewhat near the Chafee complex. Then you get into more kind of rural / urban, or what we would call more, suburban type of areas. So your Oak Lawn Avenues are kind of near Oak Lawn Avenue, or areas in Garden City that are mostly residential. Then you end up with these kind of, areas that are more mixed use. So Atwood Avenue types, and, we have some residential, or at least directly abutting residential is commercial, all the way up to our, probably the most dense areas that we have in the city, which are, mostly towards Edgewood and, places in Garden City or industrial areas. So most of the times that's how kind of things are organically done. Either they start out kind of in the large city, and then they kind of sprawl out. I'm sure we've all heard that term, suburban sprawl. And I use that a lot because I always say that usually when I'm doing residential subdivisions, I say I want to apologize. I live in suburban sprawl. There's housing for everyone. I also lived in an apartment in Providence. So I think, to John's point, there is a need for different types of housing. And that's what came to my mind on this site, was kind of this transect idea. It's how do we integrate in the existing neighborhoods so you don't go from a 8,000 square foot lot to a loading dock for a Costco right behind you. How do you go from, and I hear this a lot, how do you go from a residential house to a Starbucks with a loudspeaker next to someone's house? That's what transects hope to do, is to kind of have natural progression so you don't have a loading zone right next to someone who worked very hard for their home. So that was kind of the first germ of the idea that we had, was looking at transects. So we came up with kind of a general sketch plan, and this is done in CAD, so it looks a lot more finished than it is, but this was kind of my general sketch from the beginning, which was the neighborhoods kind of to the west and the south, to buffer those first with a standard preserved buffer. So somewhere 50 to 75 or 100 feet of existing natural growth that's there now. Back that up with single-family homes that are in sort of the same type of size and shape and lot size as the ones that abut it to the west and the south. Then start the next type of transect, where we talk about a little bit of a different housing type, a little bit smaller, duplex style homes or townhomes, things that cater more towards empty nester types, mainly one floor type of units, so different than what is mainly in that neighborhood to the west and the south. Then as we get towards New London, transition more towards your multifamily type of product. So 2, 3, 4-story type of apartment buildings, pushed more towards what is the commercial view of the parcel, more towards the Howard Industrial Complex, and also more towards state property, and also more towards New London. So shielding it or transitioning it away from the residential development. In the kind of vein of the mixed use development, there's also opportunities here, depending on obviously where the city and future developers feel would be best to add in either recreational type uses or commercial type uses. I think we all know that light on New London at the state offices is a pretty busy intersection. So as John talked about, any of these developments here, if it's residential, commercial, would take a very careful eye to figure out how traffic is mitigated. One of the things that I thought about early on is a way to connect this parcel through the park out to New London Avenue that way. Again, mitigating some of the traffic needs for this parcel, but also making sure that we're not driving traffic through those neighborhoods to the west and in the south. I actually lived on Laura Circle for a while, which is kind of pretty much to the south of this. I get that those neighborhoods are, in essence, closed neighborhoods that probably do not want to see increased traffic go through. That was kind of the germ of my idea. That's where it kind of had stopped, other than looking for examples to show you as to what, when we talk types of housing units, what we were thinking of. And this is a project in East Providence. It's called Kettle Point, and it's right on the waterfront. These are apartment buildings. They range from, I think now they're about 600 square feet to 800 or maybe 1,000 square feet. They're mainly studios to 1 or 2 bedroom units. These cater towards young professionals. They do have some deed restricted units in terms of ones that need to be rented to a certain level of affordability, but most of these are what they call market rate. And the beauty of this type of development style is that really the only way that you reduce down costs of construction in terms of being able to sell the future product is to reduce down the lot size that they're on and reduce down the square footage. I laugh all the time. My father grew up in Knightsville, and he lived in a house that was 600 square feet. It was him, his sister, his parents, his grandparents, and his aunt in 600 square feet. how many people have a garage that's at least 20 by 20? That's 400 square feet to store our cars. So part of the dilemma and what we've been through, not just in Cranston, but throughout the United States, is the increase in size of dwelling units. I believe in the 60s, the average dwelling unit was around 1,200 square feet in the United States. The average square footage of a single family home today is over 2,400 square feet. So we've doubled that. So it's difficult to have something that's affordable to, you know, at least half, if not 3/4 of the population that's on a half-acre lot that's 2,400 to 3,000 square feet. And I think we've seen that if you look up most of the prices on those new homes today, they're on a half-acre lot and are, you know, 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. In Cranston, they're probably $700 to $1 million. So these apartments obviously are not catering to that person. They're catering to someone who is probably at the beginning of their career. Most of, like I said, these ones at Kettle Point, they cater a lot to people who work in the city of Providence, young professionals that are not interested in living in the city, but want a smaller type of living situation and more affordable. So that's another view of it. See how it kind of, this is another one that's mixed. It's a mix of units. It has apartments, it has multi-unit condominiums, there's duplexes. There's also a University Orthopedics has one of their facilities there. So this was a true kind of mixed use development. By the way, there's a very stark contrast on this site between the apartments and the multi-million-dollar duplexes that are along the water. Just to stand on my soapbox again for a second. This is another one that we did in East Providence, just a different view of different types of apartments. These are, again, 4 stories. I think they're somewhere in the range of 40 to 60 units in a building, somewhere around there. These are multi-unit condominium buildings. These have usually 3 to 4 units in them, but they read more like a large single family house. But these are usually for sale type units. This is another type of unit that I thought would be something that could be on portions of the parcel here. These, and to go back to that for 1 second, a lot of that's the street that's in the front there. So there's no parking in the back, no parking along the street. It's just parallel parking. So it reads more like a more traditional neighborhood, like I talked about in Knightsville, where it's, you know, most of the time the homes in Knightsville, the garages are in the back of the house. They're not in the front. Like most of the houses that are built today, the garages are all in the front of the house. These kind of read more like traditional neighborhoods that we kind of all, you know, remember at when we were younger. This is another idea. These are, there's a lot of these in areas like Cranston. This picture is not from Cranston, but these are typical duplex or triplex units. These cater more towards empty nesters. They're single family, single level for the most part. So folks that are interested in downsizing from a larger home, but still need their 2-car garage for their storage. And there's a lot of these in Western Cranston. We did one many years ago at the corner of Situate and Comstock. So there's a lot of those around the area. And these are kind of what I was looking at in terms of single family homes. So a little bit smaller than the concept that people build today. And the concept really being that these would be on, you know, 5,000 to 7,000 square foot lots, not on 20 or 30,000 square foot lots. So smaller home, 2 to 3 bedrooms, 1-car garage, maybe no garages, depending on how the market works. But smaller homes that can cater to a different market than what we're seeing today. So getting back to some of the great presentation that the planning staff put on, looking at different housing types. Again, none of these are proposed here. We're representing the landowner. He is not a developer. They are not developers. The point would be to figure out how we can work together to come up with some sort of code that would allow him to go to the market to find a developer. So a couple of other things I think that are important, and I'll wrap up, is circulation obviously is important, not just in the development, but how it fits into the rest of the community. I'm big on pedestrian circulation. I'm not big on traffic circulation. So maybe that comes because I'm a planner and I'm not a traffic engineer. I'll let the traffic engineers deal with the traffic. I like to know how these are all going to integrate. How can I walk from one neighborhood to the other? How can I stop people from walking to an area that they shouldn't walk to? So how do you buffer things like the prison from any developments? So I like to see how that can be a benefit to the development and the surrounding area. Those are all things that have to be done at some point. And so like John said, we're maybe at the 1 foot line and we have 99 yards and 3 feet to go or 2 feet to go. So I think I'll pass it back to John. I'm obviously available with John for any questions and comments, but I would hope that we can figure out a way to make this great for the city of Cranston and for the current landowner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Greg. Also, I want to note for the board, what we did is we submitted an ordinance, a proposed draft ordinance, and we entitled it multi-plan district with conditions. And the idea is that this is an ordinance that we can work on together to refine and refine essentially what the vision would be for this parcel in conjunction with residential development. So what we're asking for is a residential component to the recreational or an addition to the recreational. And then we would consider a discussion with regards to what types of conditions the council would be interested in and the planning staff would recommend. The idea is we're not asking for, nor do we expect that the council would give us, so the city would allow us an open checkbook here and say, go ahead and do what you please and then come back and let me know how it works out. We're asking to kind of work with you on that concept. And that's what makes this different. Like Greg had said, we're here with the landowner. The landowner is trying to find different options and different avenues for the development of this parcel that's consistent with the vision of Cranston, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and viable. And that's not commercial. And I think that those are all very good, important elements. And again, the idea is how can we come up and draft an ordinance that works, that makes this both a win-win for the residents and for the city, and complements what the owner wants to see as a vision there. So with that, more than happy to address any questions, comments, concerns that you'd have, and how we should go forward.
Do my colleagues want to ask questions or comments now? They want to wait for public comment. Mr. Coop, proceed.
Very quick question, just to give this a little bit of this. It is conceptual land that's here. What percentage of the 55 acres would you say in this drawing would be considered reserved for open space?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say in terms of the plan that we sketched, 30%. And it's, kind of a guess. It was more of, we think that there's areas that probably need to be open space. Again, I think that that's a real important thing of what does the city want to see as viable open space areas and how would it be integrated through the development. That's usually best written through some sort of code. So, but in general, it's probably somewhere around 30% or so.
Helpful, thank you.
And I want to add that the open space is also strategically done. It serves two purposes. One is to be open space so that the residents can use that as an amenity. But secondly, it provides a necessary buffer that we've heard the residents cry out for at the last time that we were here for development. And the two primary things that we heard was that the property owners closest to the boundary of this property wanted to see a natural vegetated buffer for purposes of keeping their tranquility the way it is now, and secondly, avoid the noise, development, the noise that will come from that. We can accomplish that, and we can do that as a condition. As Greg said early on, our goal or our proposal is anywhere between 50 to 100 feet of a buffer that pretty much encompasses the entire property. The second element of the buffer that's I think is critical for not only these residents, current residents, but future residents is a buffer from and to the existing prison compound that's there. So you'll see that that's a large green area there. So that way there is not, there's no feel that you're right next to a prison. Obviously we could, call this the prison grove, but we'd rather not. We'd rather kind of keep that segregation for obvious reasons. And we've also taken advantage of the wetlands. Some of the open space area contains the wetlands. You could argue that, well, we're obligated to do that. And we are, but we've gone a little bit above and beyond that obligation. We've provided a necessary buffer for the wetlands. And then we've also used that buffer for purposes of screening. And then we've incorporated it with our open space. And then finally, the amenities. I mean, the open space is going to be incorporated into any development that we do here as walking trails and as an amenity for the residents of this site. And the important thing to note too, and I wanted to stress this early on, is that we view this as a community within itself. And what I mean by that is that the goal here is not to connect this to any existing communities. So we're not going to try to open traffic to the existing residential neighborhoods. I think that was very clear when we were last here for commercial development, that the neighborhoods were very concerned about cut through traffic, very concerned about their neighborhood essentially being invaded from this development. This is going to be onto itself. The access points will be off of New London Avenue, and there will be no proposal that will try to mix this with the current neighborhoods. We don't think we don't need to do that, and there's no reason to do it.
Mr. Correo, Commissioner Correo?
John, you've continually mentioned the 55 acres. How much of that is actually owned and how much of it is actually leased?
So the parcel that we're here on, the parcel you see the color combination there, the red, the green, that's all owned by the developer. When you look over towards the right and you see some of the holes that are to the right over the entrance towards the Howard complex, that's part of Mulligan's Island now, but that's actually owned by the state, and it's actually leased by the state. So that would not be part of this development. That is, as I said early on, one of our concerns as a property owner that has this parcel, that wants to develop this parcel, is encroachment from the state. That would significantly impact what we would do here. And I think as city residents, we would also be mindful and concerned about what the state's intentions would be with respect to that parcel that we don't own, and ultimately our parcel too. There's nothing to stop the state from expanding the prison or expanding the Howard complex, and doing so by our parcel. It's the obvious expansion route. As far as we know, there are no plans for that, but that doesn't mean that there couldn't be. And again, there are no plans for the states taking back that leased area, but eventually that, again, we don't own it. So someone who owns it eventually may do something with it, and that would be the state.
I think that's it on this side for right now. Council President, anything from the City Council at this time, or we can go to public comment?
Sure. Some council members, Council Vice President Wall.
Thank you, Council President. Listen, I'd like to also thank Mr. Mancini, and I hope I say it right, Mr. Glenmo. I said it wrong. I can tell by your expression. Guillermo. All right.
Guillermo, don't worry about it.
I tried it twice and I got it wrong twice. I'm not going to do a third.
I'll give you the secret on it
Later.
All I know is a good Irishman.
How can you tell? All right. So first, I appreciate the idea that when we met, you discussed and you spoke to the public about it as well, that you wanted to get input from the public and have this workshop model where people could give you the feedback and you could take that back and maybe come up with some type of plan that will work with the community as well as the developer. So I very much like that idea. And I'd be, certainly see that looking at this plan for, development, we have housing that's needed in the state and in the city, and certainly would do something for the city with increasing our tax base. Now, I represent Ward 6, and those of you from around the city, and some of you, I'm sure many of you here from Ward 6, I represent all the people in all the neighborhoods. What did you call it? Suburban sprawl? Oh, that's not
No,
suburban
no.
sprawl? What is it?
Yours, excuse me. That's, most of that area is not suburban sprawl. I consider suburban sprawl, Western Cranston, very Western Cranston, so off of Hope Road.
I couldn't tell if I should be insulted or not when you
No,
said it.
I was more insulting where I live.
No, I'm sure that was not your intention. Well, I represent all the neighborhoods that surround this proposed area. And as when we met briefly, I shared some of the concerns, and I've spoke to a lot of people. They've stopped me in the store, they've called me, they've texted me, emailed me, and many of the things that they expressed to me, and I told you at the time, I'm going to reiterate it now, had to do with numbers. Numbers. How much? How much is coming? I see a beautiful map. They're very good. I see various colors. But at that time, I said, well, these people are going to want to know how many you're bringing. All right. And when I say numbers, you speak of the first thing, the most obvious thing, and you guys have touched upon it, is traffic. Now, I come home every night between sometimes 4 and 5 o'clock, and getting on to New London Avenue, there's a lot of traffic. I'm waiting a while, and many of the people in this audience are waiting with me. So that traffic is a concern, and that's a state road. All right, that New London Avenue. So that's a state road. So that's a concern. So it falls back to how many people are going to be coming home with me and my neighbors at 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Going along with numbers, if you have a development of housing, one of the concerns that came up is over the last year, and this year has been a down year, but I think the idea that we have 100-year floods is something of the past. 100-year floods come a couple of times a decade. And people were concerned, they expressed with me, would this development cause more flood runoff to their existing properties? And a lot of that, numbers. A lot of properties, you follow where I'm going here. The other thing is the impact on the schools, and we spoke about that. And sometimes we'll look at the city, how many kids are we gonna be able to bring into here? I probably would take exception with, and I don't know if it was Toby who said this, that for every 100 units we'll have 40 students. I'll tell you, I walk all these neighborhoods, and I'll tell you what, to have 4/10 of a kid in every house is not what I'm seeing around this area. So I would take exception with that. I'm not doubting your numbers, but the proof is in the pudding. The people who go to school and the families who go to school here, this end of the city, from Ward 6, which would be right about in the center of the city, maybe a little bit toward the east, all the way out into Western Cranston, our schools are very densely populated. So as a community, and I know the school committee member Malillo is here, we may have a few openings in our school department as a community. But in this end of the city, we're densely populated. And what does that mean if we throw, let's just say, more an undetermined number of students into that area? So that's definitely going to be concerned with our proposal. And how does that impact our, how we district our schools? The playground. Early on, it was spoken of that playground. The playground that's at the end of New London Avenue has just recently been refurbished, and many of the people in the neighborhoods behind there use that on a daily basis. A very nice playground. They did a lot of work on it. Doing anything to that playground is a gigantic concern. People have formed quite an attachment, and they use it every day. So that's a concern that I've heard more than once, and I know I've expressed that. And then, can I say this correctly? When we have a zoning, if we did, if this is proposed and there's a zoning, zoning change, I like the phrase "with conditions," because what scares me if we offer a zoning change, and then it's open to anything, and the city no longer has any power to halt it in favor of what the citizens and the residents want. So, as I go back, that's why I came here tonight. I represent these people. I'm sure I'm going to get more, and I do appreciate you taking the time to hear. And I'm sure they're going to come up to the microphone and tell you firsthand how they feel. But I wanted to share with you some of the things that concern me. I'm sure as the evening goes on, I'll come up with a few more. And I do thank you for your time and let me share that with you.
No, thank you. And, I just want to follow up. So we've taken a lot of your points and going back and consider them, and I want to address some of them. First and foremost, the issue with the number, the question with regards to density, obviously that is going to be a hot topic. And I don't think that, and I know that we're not suggesting, like I heard from the planner, that there was 3,300, Cranston is deficient 3,300 units, 3,300 units, something like that. That doesn't mean that they all have to be built here in this section right here on 55 acres. That's not what we're proposing. And what I emphasize is we're asking for an ordinance that says multi-plan district, residential, recreational with conditions. And the conditions, I think, are what we should be discussing openly. And we would not be opposed to a condition that would talk about a formula with regards to density. I think that it's imperative that there be a condition that talks about traffic and traffic report, a traffic study, traffic report with the necessary mitigating responses if it's deemed necessary. I mean, if there's no issues, then there's no issues. But if there's mitigation that needs to be done, the mitigation needs to be done. Stormwater drainage, that's always a concern, and rightly so. But stormwater drainage will be better resolved with a proper system in place as part of the development than what happens now. On a vacant site like this, you have simple sheet run. And I'm not an engineer, nor do I want to pretend to be one, but I've done enough of these projects all over the state to tell you that the level of expertise being spent with DEM, with developers through drainage is extensive and far better than doing nothing. And a lot of the problems sometimes people don't recognize or want to accept that it's the existing infrastructure that's not been maintained that creates probably the majority of the problems. It's not the new infrastructure that's created. And the new guidelines and requirements force developers to ensure that the runoff is zero. So those are things that we'll further evaluate extensively and meticulously as we go through the process. With regards to school-age children, I agree. I've never seen 0.4, 0.10 or half a tenth of a student, but we can confirm and the council can verify that there are types of housing development that do not tend or are not conducive to residential, to students. Single-family housing will. I mean, that's the point of single-family housing. And you want to have that. You want to have that base. You want to have that growth. But that's a discussion for the approval process. And again, we would not be opposed to a condition that we explore and provide an economic impact study to the council, to the planning board that addresses those issues specifically and again, has answers to those types of problems that you raise. But those concerns should not be a bar or make residential development prohibitive. Rather, those are items that you identify as being concerns and you ask the developer, the property owner to address them, which we're willing to do. But I don't think that we should not develop the 55 acres as residential because we have a concern for students, or we have a concern for drainage, or we have a concern for density. I think rather we address it. And that's the beauty of this process as we're proposing it, is we have an open ordinance, and that ordinance is done this way so as to take your concerns, put them in writing. So we don't do, as you said, where we get this blanket zoning, we go away and we never see or hear from us again. I think we can correct that. With respect to the relocation of the playground, I mean, that's a specific issue. And we're looking at this and we're trying to identify proper means of access. And we've identified two means of access as opposed to having one primary means of access. And that second means of access, which would avoid the light at the Howard complex, is through that little section of property that you see over to the left. and there is an existing playground there. Our proposal would be that if we were to utilize that parcel, the condition would be that we would have to relocate in the same area, that playground, to the same condition, if not better condition. So the idea is that we're amenable to a condition that would require us to rebuild that playground in that general area, essentially where it is now, just make sure that it is properly accounted for, if you will.
Before I go on to other council members, I just wanted to thank you for um, taking the collaborative approach of recognizing the importance of getting the input from the community at large, from both of bodies that will be, public bodies that will be reviewing this proposal to try and put the best foot forward for all involved. You know, I'm sure not everyone is happy with everything all the time, and that's normal. And I, for one, I have some concerns. I do want to say first and foremost, though, I'm very anxious to hear what the public has to say this evening with respect to this project. I appreciate Councilman Wall, who's had, direct, communications with people within his ward. But I am anxious to hear what people have to say this evening. The one thing I do want to mention tonight, and I had mentioned it to you as well, Attorney Mancini, when we spoke about this, is to the solicitor, and I'm not expecting an answer this evening, but I have concerns of more or less, to put it like a blank check. And what I mean by that is if we as a city planning council are going to entertain a zone change, the aspect of with conditions, I want to have assurances that the conditions are solid and that it's not going to be a situation, for example, let's say setbacks, that the developer, agrees to, okay, we will have 100-foot setbacks. Well, there's a little problem with that because our other ordinances for the zoning that we permitted allow for a smaller setback, and then, we have challenges going on. So just generally speaking, though, solicitor, in terms of having a rezoning with restrictions and conditions is permissible, correct?
Well, this is the first time I've been asked, and not to drop a bomb on tonight, but I disagree with having a mixed use development with conditions. I don't think it can exist. I believe you can have a mixed use development that's approved according to the ordinance, and with the mixed use developments that John did over at for Paolino and that we had with Chapel View, those are specific buildings, specific parking, specific setbacks that are approved by the city council and run through the planning board. And then every time, I think Capianato had to come back 50, 60 times in order to make changes to the mixed plan development. So the conditions are not, in my opinion, you can't have conditions with a mixed use development. What you do have is an approved mixed use development that's run through the planning board and approved through the city council. And then there's an actual method to make changes. If the developer wants to come back and make certain changes to that, they'd have to, again, come back through the planning board, come back through the city council in order to have those changes approved. It's actually become so cumbersome that Capianato changed Chapel View to commercial. I think it's C5 now, out of a mixed use development. So because every time you make a change, a substantial change, you have to come back through the council. So it is possible. Again, I wouldn't phrase it as a mixed use development with conditions, but it is possible to do it through this mechanism. But everything would have to be approved ahead of time, in my opinion, approved ahead of time as far as what the ordinance says. There's a list of A through Z in the ordinance, which again can be done with the developer. But the conditions are the approval, essentially.
Thank you. And I see Attorney Mancini wants to be heard on this.
If I may, but what I'm saying is not much different than Steve's recommendation. You know, we could have proposed a zone change from the existing MPD recreational to C5 or A6 or A8, and then we'd use all of the dimensional regulations that are applicable to that zone. But we're not doing that. Instead, what we're proposing is that it is a mixed-use residential, and we're asking that the conditions be placed on that zone change. Now, council certainly has within its purview the right to make condition to change the zone with conditions and impose whatever conditions are reasonable and rationally related to the zone change. And that's essentially what we're asking for. Steve is correct that the MPDs which you have approved in the past, which are operating now, are specifically tied to a plan. And so you would have a plan before you that would identify the number of parking spaces, the location of those parking spaces, the size of those parking spaces, building size, building envelope, everything right down to the last detail, even the location of the fire hydrant. In this project and in this proposal, we can't do that because it's such a large parcel. And so it's unique in that aspect. And for that reason, what we're doing may be unconventional and maybe the horse before the cart or vice versa. But what we're proposing is certainly within the guidelines in the guardrails of the law. And what we're saying is give us the MPD residential district designation so we know that we can do residential. We know that that mixed use of residential is going to consist of single family, multifamily, and duplexes. And then tell us what we can't do or what you want us to do. We understand that we have to come back every time we want to do something, and the developer, the property owner is willing to do that. It's going to be a process that will be not done in a year or 5 years, but may take 7 years. It's going to develop in phases as we go through it. And every time there is a proposal, that proposal is going to be submitted to the planning board, to the town council, to the city council, and then reviewed through a public hearing process. So we're not here for a one shot, one kind of hole in one type of thing. We're here for the initial stage of knowing that residential and a mixture of residential is permitted on this parcel, with the idea that we have to come back every time we want to do something specific.
Thank you, Attorney Mancini. To Solicitor Marcella, if you want to maybe relay to Solicitor Malay that there needs to be further information and discussion relative to what we cannot do, and just to give them a head up.
Actually, I was waiting to see what came out of the night.
Yeah.
That's why what I've been saying is that we're looking to draft this ordinance collectively with you. So it's a new ordinance. It's a draft that's going to be done between the property owner and the city.
Thank you. Right. Any council members? Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, Council President. So I think we all have our little niches, and so I'm happy that we're able to provide individually our expertise. I'm going to ask a few questions, which would be suggestions of mine if this mixed-use development did come to fruition. You know, one of the things that sort of stood out for me that's generally a concern is fire and police response. This development only has one way in and one way out, and it's pretty far to respond to that last house at the bottom of the loop road. So that would be something I would have concerns with, that the police and fire would probably want two entrances and exits, and how that would happen specifically on this road. Councilman Wall mentioned soil suitability and flood issues. I specifically would like to see the existing stormwater long-term pollution prevention plan. And you specifically mentioned that that is part of what you would take a look at and how they're managing the site and if they're up to date with their existing permits. And then you would develop a stormwater system I generally would want to see soil testing ahead of time to know what kind of infrastructure you would be even able to put in here. I do see that you have 2 detention basins on site, which I don't consider wetlands, especially since the development is relatively new. So assuming they had to meet stormwater management standards, they wouldn't be considered wetland resources. So preliminary, I'd like to see some more studies specifically on if the soils can handle foundations. I don't want people in here with sump pumps. And you know, Dan's, Councilman Wall, excuse me, concern for the residents and flooding, I would want to hold this to a higher level for stormwater management. I'd want to make sure that you're following NOAA Atlas 14 plus for a higher storm rate for the 24-year storm. You know, I think we owe it to our residents to make them climate resilient. And I think the more protection we have, the better it would be and the more comfortable people would be with that. With regards to the wetland protection that you mentioned, I disagree with your statement based on my review of the plan. I can see the detention basins on the plan. I had to highlight the wetlands myself. You did sort of strategically only put the 50-foot buffer zone and 25-foot buffer zone for 2 different areas. And I know this is a concept plan, so I'm not going to get into it. But both areas encroach of this development encroach in on that buffer zone. So I don't believe the wetland resource is in this concept plan. Again, I understand it's concept, but I want you to take a better look at this if this did go forward. And that specifically relates to the stormwater and flooding question that Councilman Wall had. You know, when we're looking at protecting wetlands, that is our flood control, that is our pollution prevention. So encroaching in on the buffer zone that needs to protect those resources is not ideal to my mind as a council person and concern for our residents and flooding. You know, I've gotten some feedback as well from my constituents, and I've gotten questions about affordable units. Will this include a percentage of affordable units for our community? Not everybody here can afford a $500,000 to $800,000 unit. So, you know, I personally would be looking for some percentage. If you exceed some number of units, there's a percentage of affordable units. And I think there's a call for that right now in our current climate. So I definitely would like to see that as part of this proposal. Some of my other concerns are, you know, management of this private subdivision. How would it be managed? Is this a homeowners association? How could the town be part of that in the sense of they would receive reports for the stormwater management for your long-term pollution prevention plan? I mean, this is really going into it, but I mean, these are the things, I haven't had a chance to see this or comment on it. I'm coming in as a new council person this year. So I just want to make sure that you understand my mindset when I'm looking at this. I want to make sure that the city is protected and that they know that you're managing your stormwater and your infrastructure, you know, as prescribed under your permit. I do understand that this development will be over an acre, so you will have to file a NIPDES permit. So you will be responsible on some level during construction, but I believe the city has some, I believe we should have some requirement to hold you accountable for after development. So we're not walking back. I really love the idea of walking trails. And then open space. I mean, what I consider open space is natural buffer zone, trees. It is not a lawn. It is actual managed natural meadow, warm grasses, cool grasses, wildlife habitat, trees. So when I'm looking at this and you say 30% open space, that doesn't, to me, that is not lawn. I don't want to see lawn. That's not open space to me. And that could help you when you run your AutoCAD calcs for your stormwater management. That'll help you if you add trees. It'll help offset your numbers because right now you're going from a mostly grassed area to potentially some increased vegetative areas if you plant trees, and so you could offset your AutoCAD numbers. I really do want to hear from the public, so I feel bad taking their time. But I guess I'll back off and those were my inputs for now. And I support a new playground over there.
Right, just gonna go right down the line. Is that Councilman Campiano?
Thank you, Council President. I am looking forward to hearing what the residents have to say, but I do echo the concerns of my colleagues, especially Councilman Vice President Wall, who represents that area. I put a lot of weight into his concerns and his opinions, being that it's his area that he represents. Do you see yourself looking for any tax stabilization going forward?
No,
Not at all. And
unless you want to give some.
absolutely not.
Hey, you brought it up first, so.
And I am concerned with the impact on the schools. I said it before, our kids only have one shot at an education at that level, and we want to give them the best education again at that time. So I'd have to be assured that they won't be impacted negatively in that regard. So with that, thank you very much.
Councilman Bonanno?
Thank you, Madam President. So my colleague, Council Vice President Wall, is a little bit more polite than I am. I will start by saying that. While I represent the whole city as a citywide councilman, I live in Ward 6. And frankly, I did very well in the election in Ward 6. So I consider, obviously, since I put my head down there every night, and that's where I spend most of my time, Ward 6 is my home. So this is a very, very important issue for me. And I do want to say right out of the gate that this proposal is going to be a hard sell for me. I'm going to be a hard sell on it. I just want to let you know that right out of the gate. I live in Garden City and I work on the state compound, which is referred to as the Howard Complex. I always refer to it as the Pastore Complex, but maybe it's both. I don't know. But I work at the DMV. And when people talk about traffic, Council Member Wall talked about traffic, and I know that the public is going to mention traffic. Let me ask you this. How long, and this is more of a rhetorical question, but how long do you think it should take a human, not speeding, to get from the DMV to the light that enters Garden City near Citizens Bank?
I couldn't answer that. I'm not a traffic engineer.
All right. Well, I drive it every day.
I would suggest if you live close enough, maybe take a bike or walk over.
Have you seen me under the table? That's I'm from Knightsville too, and there's way too much macaroni that I've consumed in my life.
That's right.
Right now my heart rate is kind of high, so if I keel over, somebody call 911. But yeah, that's Frank is in the bad seat. Regardless of, and it's like I said, it's a partial rhetorical question, but it should not take 25 minutes ever. And I know that the people out there that live in that area, I see some heads nodding. Okay. How is this development going to impact that traffic? Depending upon the number of units, as my colleague said, okay, maybe it will be very little, but I guarantee based on what I'm seeing here as a concept, that number is not going to go down. Now, granted, it doesn't take me 25 minutes every day, naturally, and it depends on what time I get out. Closer to 5 o'clock as opposed to 4 o'clock, it makes a difference. But on no day ever should that take 25 minutes. That's point one. Point two, I have some hard numbers for you for Garden City School. Okay, people up here have mentioned that, impact on the schools is huge, and I agree with them 100%. I think everybody's mentioned it, frankly, and that's a bipartisan issue. We're concerned about the schools and the amount of funding for the schools. Before the new Garden City was built, the old Garden City had 250 students, approximately. No, that changes daily. Okay, approximately. Garden City and Waterman were merged into the new Garden City School. Waterman had approximately 200 students. Well, it doesn't take, Einstein's math skills to add that to 450. Currently, Garden City School, at the last time it was measured, has 537 students. That is quite a bit more than anticipated. Okay, and I can only speculate as to the reason, but I speculate that there were some kids in private schools that said, or their parents said, oh, wow, it's a new school over there. Why am I paying 10 Gs a year when I have this brand new school? And they went. And obviously we have to accommodate them. Again, like my question about the traffic, okay, is this going to impact that in a negative way or a positive way? I do want to offer some advice. The Kettle Point and other examples that you put up on the screen, I wouldn't use those again. I'm just going to tell you that. I wouldn't use those again. There are probably far better examples that you could use. I personally, not to insult anybody, but that wasn't that impressive to me. There has got to be a way to achieve some balance here. And we're going to hear from the public, okay? But like I said, this is my backyard, and I am a very, very hard sell on this. So there's got to be some balance between, and I agree, as a person who is pro-business, I agree that people who own land should be able to use it, okay? And frankly, they should be able to make money on it, but not at the expense of the neighbors, not at the expense of the city, and not at the expense of the people who pay the taxes in the city. I do also want to say that by and large, people have mentioned this is going to increase the tax base. Yes, and it will. But will the increase in the tax base, will the expense of having this many residential units outpace the increase in the tax base? And by and large, when you have residential units added to the tax base, the expense of having those units does outpace the amount of taxes brought in, generally speaking. I don't know about this particular proposal, but generally speaking, that's the case. So my questions would be, when we come back and talk about this again, traffic, schools, the saturation, and how can you demonstrate to this city council that the amount of tax money that is going to be brought in based on, because of this development, is going to outpace the expense that the city is going to incur? And finally, I do have one question I think you might be able to answer now. At what I believe is the southern entrance, which would cut through the existing park, is that planned to be or conceptualized as a signalized entrance?
That's a very good question. And at this point, we don't believe that will be a signalized entrance, because there's another competing traffic light very close to that site. So we would have to.
So really then that would be only a way in.
I'm sorry?
Really, that would only be a way in, because you dump out going the wrong way on whatever street that is. I don't know if it's still Oakland Avenue or what.
I don't know. I mean, it would have to be further studied, but I think I understand all of the comments and concerns, but I think what we want to be able to do is kind of segregate ourselves from the concept of a development versus a plan. What we have here is a plan, is a concept, is a proposal for residential. It's not a development. So we're not in the weeds. All of the things that are being discussed are all things that we will further and completely delve into once we have a development and we come back to you with a development with specific numbers and locations, and we'll address all those. And we don't have problems in the council making conditions to ensure that we have to do that diligence ahead of time before we even come back to you. Look, as far as the wetlands and the verifications and the flagging of them, that's all things that will be done during the course of the development. The review of the traffic will be done through the course of the development. The discussion that we want to engage in now is really a concept of, does the city want to see commercial on this site? Does it want to see a mixture of commercial recreation? Does it want to see commercial recreation? Does it want to see residential as we're proposing? Once we get that outlined, once we get that addressed, then we can go out, come back, and bring you a specific plan that you then can really say, this doesn't work, or yes, this works if you do this. And that's essentially all we're asking for now, is that discussion of the concept, the idea of putting residential here, as opposed to any other type of use.
No, to be honest, Attorney Mancini, I applaud that, because trying to shove something down everybody's throat is not the approach. So, with that being said, I just wanted to put on the record my concerns. I know that I've taken perhaps some of the wind out of the sails of some of the public that wants to speak, and I hope they come up. But these are concerns that are going to have to be addressed. They're going to have to be addressed. They're going to have to be addressed to the not delight, but at least the satisfaction of, the people of Cranston, especially the people of this area. So that concludes what I have to say, Madam President.
Councilman Ritz?
Yeah, I see you on the big screen. There'd be, yeah, so that's a great point. So there would be no commercial vehicles. I mean, the idea here is to again, completely divorce ourselves from the concept of commercial and from the idea of coming back to this council with another type of commercial development. As it sits now, because there is no real guidance on the zoning for this parcel other than NPD recreational, and since we've confirmed that recreational is not something that we can do at this point, we would have to come back to the council with a specific proposal for either big box, commercial, retail, what have you. That creates the friction. And that's what we heard when we tried to come here with, or when, the landowner had Costco come with the Costco developer come through here. So this would have none of the idea of making this residential eliminates the future concerns of any type of commercial development. And that's really the debate that we're having. And all we're asking you to vote on is, again, a determination as to whether these 55 acres should be viewed as residential development and should be developed residentially and not developed in a commercial manner. And then we come back with the specifics and the particulars once we have designated which section of this parcel is going to be single family, which section is going to be apartments, which section is going to be duplexes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Andujar.
Thank you, Mr. Mancini, for coming here today. I mean, eventually this site has to get done. I would hate it for it to go dark and nothing happens. But I will rely a lot on what Vice President Wall wants to do there in his district. But I think this is a perfect time where, if you look at the Pigeon Park area, have representatives from the I think we should come together as a body and try to take that land or get that land from the state, so that way we control what happens there. I don't know what these terms are, but I know with President Marino and the mayor and our great state legislators that are here and that are going to be working on this, I think we could come up with a plan to control that. What happens in that Pigeon Park area to benefit the residents that are coming to that area.
Chair.
Yep. Thank you, City Council members. Mr. Mancini, I have comments, but I'm going to let the public speak first because I have some things to say. So is that your conclusion? We can start with the public comment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mancini. So Beth, do you have a list that you could read off, or we can have just people come up one by one?
We will have people sign up. If you already signed up, come on up. And I'll be here with the clipboard. State your name and address for the record, and then make sure you also sign the clipboard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, anyone here who would like to speak on this Mulligan Islands concept, please come forward at this time.
So we have John Hills coming forward.
Yeah, my name's John Hill, 19 Bradford Road, Cranston. I am chairman of the Cranston Historical Cemeteries Commission. And when our commission was created by the council in 2008, we were charged with making recommendations to the mayor and the council about the preservation and maintenance of historic cemeteries. So the presence of Cranston Historic Cemetery number 58, the Daniel Congdon lot, is the thing that we're interested in here. We're pleased to see that the cemetery will be included in an open space area. And if it is surrounded by a 25-foot buffer, that would meet all the requirements of state and local regulations and laws to protect historic cemeteries. We understand this is a preliminary drawing, that there's going to be a process and it's going to play out. And things may change and this thing will evolve. But as long as in that final version, if the cemetery is treated the same way it's treated in this drawing tonight, we do not expect our commission would have any objections. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Lev Poplar. I live at 136 Roslyn Avenue. I'm not a politician. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an architect, and I'm not an engineer. But we've all seen the numbers. Cranston needs more housing, thousands of houses. This is a perfect unit, a perfect plot of land to develop housing on. So I just want to say right up front, I completely support rezoning this for residential so that we can get some needed housing. What I want to talk about is how important it is to have affordable housing in Cranston. That's what I think is a key component to any housing development anywhere in Cranston. We need thousands of affordable housing units also. And so I advocate for that. So I just want to tell you two very quick stories. I live on Roslyn Avenue. I bought my house 14 and a half years ago and I paid $190,000. According to Zillow estimate, today, my house is worth $396,000 if I wanted to sell it. That's nonsense. My neighborhood is full of what we used to call starter homes, first homes. Where are the homes for people who want to buy a first home or a starter home? Because apparently my neighborhood, which was that for 40, 50, 60, I don't know how many years, is no longer that. So I think it's really important that affordable housing be part of every development, including this one. And the second and last thing I want to tell you is a story of a woman I work with. Her name is Dana. She was born and raised in Knightsville. She is Knightsville through and through. She lives for the St. Mary's Feast. Lives for it. She has memories from when she was a little bitty girl. During the pandemic, house values shot up almost 50%. She and her husband had a baby and wanted to buy a house. And guess where she cannot afford to buy a house? The neighborhood she grew up in, Knightsville. She was forced to buy a home in West Warwick. And she hates the fact that she is not able to afford a home in Knightsville. Again, a neighborhood that should be affordable. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Annette Bourne, 51 Community Drive. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. While we're here tonight regarding the particular opportunity presented by the developers of Garden Grove, I would also like to address the need for more housing options across the city and the state of Rhode Island. It is likely common knowledge that we are in a housing affordability crisis. The 2024 Housing Fact Book from Housing Works Rhode Island shows that there is no municipality in Rhode Island where an income of less than $119,000 could buy a home affordably, and only one community, Burrillville, where the median renter income could support an average two-bedroom apartment. Nearly 50% of Rhode Island's renters spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs, meaning they are choosing which bills to pay first, or at all, and sometimes too often risking their health or having a place to live. Homelessness increased 35% from 2023 to 2024, and student homelessness increased 12% to 1,739 students in the 2022-2023 school year. Sadly, while many acknowledge and sometimes are directly affected by these facts, the idea of where to build homes, what kind of homes, causes discomfort. Change is hard. I have the privilege to speak on this issue across many communities, and I do so with great humility, as it is not for me to decide what a community does. But tonight, I get to address my own community, and I ask sincerely for everyone here to find in their minds and their hearts how and where and what kind of additional homes can fit in their neighborhoods. In our single-family neighborhoods, more in-law homes, also known as accessory dwelling units, for our aging and younger households. along our commercial areas, more multifamily and mixed-use homes to create more walkability and enhance our economy. In some of our distressed areas, renovating homes to ensure safety and health, and sometimes increasing density. Where there was a 2-family, perhaps now a 3 or a 4-family. The state will be releasing its strategic housing plan in April. The last plan expired in 2010. The goal of this new plan will be for an additional 15,000 homes across the state over the next 5 years. There will be 3 tiers of communities assigned strategic growth goals. Cranston, being a job-rich and transit community, will be considered a strategic growth community, along with several others. These communities will be responsible for proportionally greater growth to maintain the balance of smart growth across Rhode Island. Developments like Garden Grove will help meet the diverse needs of our city and our state. I look forward to the development moving forward and to all of our city leaders on the Plan Commission and our city council to acknowledge the role that our great city plays in keeping Rhode Island the wonderful place to live that it is. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, Martha Cussler, 50 Community Drive. I found the concerns and issues that were brought up this evening really interesting because I've not known about this issue, except I know we need more housing, more affordable housing. I've lived in Cranston only since 2008, but in the time I've lived in Cranston, I really like the community. Anyway, in 2023, approximately 11,000 Cranston households paid more than 30% of their income to housing costs, making them cost burdened. That is 48% of renters and 28% of owners are cost burdened. In 2024, the median single-family home price increased another nearly 8% from 2023 to a new high of 435,000, and days on market dropped to a mere 25. I know how tight this housing market is from my own modest neighborhood, where a single-family home on a 5,000 square foot lot listed for $399,900 sold in one day for $4,000 and $15,000. I know because I walked my dog past this house and I thought, oh, that looks nice. And the next day it was gone. To buy a home over $400,000, a household needs an income of over $140,000. According to the latest U.S. Census American Community Survey data, the median owner income in Cranston is about $110,000 and renter income is about $52,000. Most people couldn't even afford to buy their own home again. Housing is like any commodity. We need to make a more fluid market and to allow prices to become more affordable for average Rhode Islanders, more and more of whom are older too, and who want choices of what kind of home to live in. I've often thought my house is really a nice little house. It's got 2 bedrooms upstairs and another room downstairs and a nice sunroom. But, you know, I don't need all that space. I'd be happy moving into something smaller and get the money that I could get from the little house. However, there's no place to go. We want choices, and we want choices of what kind of home to live in. Again, we have many smaller homes and some larger ones, but there's no fluidity. There's no place to move. So you're kind of stuck. The options presented for Garden Grove represent many of the options and choices some of us would like. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else who wants to speak? Please come up now.
We have Anthony and Marcus signed up and then no one else.
This is very last minute. My name is Gail Harvey. I live at 455 Neshannocket Valley Parkway, apartment 114. I'm a renter. As of March 11th, I will be a widow of 2 years. When that happens, you lose your Social Security, but you can have your husband's if it's more. And if you have not been tremendously financially responsible, you find yourself kind of tight. I live in fear every year that this apartment that I've lived in for 10 years, I'm going to get another rent increase. The owners, the Carpinato Corporation, they do not fool around. If they don't like you, they don't have to renew your lease. So I am 80 years old. I'm still doing pretty good, although I've had a very cranky day today, and that's why I'm speaking. Because you need to see the face of renters. We have the oldest population in Rhode Island. And I know that my poor daughters in New York City, probably in 5 years, are going to have to take care of me. Now, that's my own damn fault, and it was my husband's damn fault. But I'd like to live in this state. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, born and bred in New York City. And this is a great place to live. I got a degree at age 69, summa cum laude, thank you. History major for you, Dan. And I like it here. There's spunk and there's courage and people speak up. But when you make this decision and when you get a developer, yes, it should be residential because I live in Ward 6. I'm on the New London Turnpike. We are saturated. There with stores. There's no room in Garden City. Okay, that's good. We're showing up Providence, great. But we need housing and we need responsible housing. I used to joke about the State House with the Independent Man. And my joke was, his thing was, I got a guy. That's our state motto. And we all know that. I mean, I take risks saying that Carpinato is my landlord. And you all know that. You know who they are. So please, when you make this decision, remember who's renting, who's living in these places. We have a ridiculous piece of property for $845,000 on a triangular piece of land across from the Carpinato Apartments. It has been on the market for, 9 months. There's another house going up, and then there's going to be a third house in this triangle. Does it say something about our economy that that house hasn't sold? We are going into troubled waters. The cost of construction, steel, concrete is going to go through the roof because you know that we have tariffs. People are being let go from their houses and their businesses. We are going to be in turbulent times. So whatever you all decide to do with this, be sensible, be smart, have a backbone, and make it so it's right. Please. Thank you very much.
Anybody else who would like to come forward? Who is here in the audience? I know we have people online. Looks like a lot of people online.
I really don't know how to follow that at all. My name is Pauline DeRosa. I live at 97 Cypress Drive, and I'm the founder of the Garden City Alliance. So I have a little bit of skin in the game here when it comes to this proposed development. I'm not thinking that the city council needs to make a decision this evening. I think this needs to be well thought out by both the council and the commission and come up with some sort of a plan that will be viable for all concerned, particularly those in Ward 6, which I am a resident of. And thank you, Dan, for your speech this evening and your comments. I just have a couple of things, really. The traffic is one thing that I'm concerned about. Where are the ingress and egress points going to be? Is it going to be at Howard Avenue? At New London Avenue? That's a really congested area. I don't think I have to say that to too many people. Also, the type of commercial components that may be allowed under MPD with conditions could be office buildings, could be retail. And what does that do to the intensity of the traffic? Also, I'm concerned, as a lot of people are, with the impact of student population on our schools. I don't have any children in the school department, in the schools, but I do hear a lot from a lot of different neighbors. And again, the impact on the city services might be something to really think about as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the room that would like to be heard? Please step forward. State your name and address.
My name is James Miro, 105 Concord Ave. I'll be quick. I'm all for residential. And I do believe we are in a crisis, housing crisis, and I do believe we need to prioritize affordable housing. I can tell you, just looking out my window at my next door neighbors about a year ago, that house was multifamily, and the landlord sold the house. The people who were living there were of low income families. I had absolutely no problem living next to them. I also have no problem sitting in traffic if it means people get to live somewhere. Just a note. So anyways, yeah, so the house was sold to a new landlord, and young professionals moved in. They probably could have found a house in many other places, but these families, a couple who lived there, were basically kicked out. They had to find other older people. They ended up moving to a what do you call it? A trailer park in northwestern Rhode Island, pooling their money together with other senior citizens who had been kicked out of their homes. Most of them, or some of them, were also in Cranston, and they even pooled their money together to get storage facility, to get storage units, so they can put all their belongings in storage units. So yeah, we need more affordable housing. I don't want to see that anymore. I don't care about traffic. Schools, you got amazing teachers. You can employ more teachers if we need it. We are a resourceful community. We can move kids around. That is not an issue, I don't think. Housing is an issue, and affordable housing. Thank you.
Next, please stand up who would like to speak.
Howdy. My name is Kate Cato. I live at 97 Hilltop Drive in Cranston. I am one of Mr. Wall's constituents, and I agree with a lot of what he had to say. I think that, whether or not we can support this as a city, whether the schools, the fire departments, rescue, all of that can support the number of people that they're thinking of putting here is definitely a concern. As far as what the owner of Mulligan's has put forward previous to this, I would prefer houses behind my house as opposed to Home Depot or Costco or, large commercial buildings. This seems like a much more viable option for our community. I would be worried about sort of a little bit of bait and switch with the amount of housing that would be put there. Again, mostly, what our city can support and is it feasible? As far as the secondary access point, I realize fire and rescue will need at least 2 points to get into this plat. And, the first one would come from Howard Industrial. If it was me, and I realize that this is a concept plan, I would not remove a playground that we as a community use all of the time, that was put in recently and we're very proud of. There's another road that comes on the easterly side of this, straight from Howard Industrial Park, which means there's 2 points from Howard Industrial Park to get into this and 2 points to get out. And both of those already have traffic lights at them. So we're not trying to put all of the people that would be in this place out onto New London Avenue, where it intersects with Oak Lawn Avenue, right before a light. We'd be pushing the ingress and egress to this parcel through two already lit traffic signals, which seems a bit more organized. Let's see. As far as, good planning, if I look at this and I look at the houses and the duplexes that are towards the south side of this, and then putting all of the apartments towards New London Avenue, as a homeowner over there, I would rather look at single family homes and duplexes. I do also realize the need for affordable housing, but if you're putting a 3 or 4 story apartment complex in there somewhere, I feel like the better part of valor is to put that towards the Howard Park, because there are already 3 and 4 story buildings over there. So the good planning to me is going from single family to single family and duplex and condos, and moving as you get closer to Howard Industrial and as you get closer to the prison, putting the apartment complex where it's closer to something that is, already developed to the same height. And that sort of means that, the blend kind of continues on from where it is. And the other thing that I noted from previous statements was a 50-foot buffer. 50 feet is not as much as you think it is. It's about how far you're supposed to park back from the stop sign. Not that anybody does that, but if you're standing in a forest, 50 feet is from the tree you're at to the next tree you're at. So if that is the buffer between, where the existing houses are and where the new houses would be, I think that might need to be increased a little bit. But so thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next person who'd like to speak, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Joe Magrino. I live at 11 Beekman Ave. So I first just want to say that I am in support of more affordable housing as a young millennial who just went through it. This is crazy. I mean, the average home in America sits at $400,000. What do you expect our generation to do? The second point, though, I do want to point out is I live right next to one of these access points that are not planned on being used. But I do want to point out that if other of the neighborhoods are supposed to be incorporated into this, because we don't know the numbers yet, all the neighborhoods should be incorporated. And then my final point that I would love to be considered to some level is we don't know the number of people that are going to be living there. I can tell you myself, I can tell you my neighbors already deal with a rodent population. You are now going to have an increased number of people living here. And how does the town plan to respond to that? It should not be my burden now to handle more of that on the damage to my house, my property, and my neighbor's property. Again, I'm massively supportive of this, but I do want to know how that's going to be handled moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual would like to come speak.
Good evening. I'm going to show you my notes. Probably could read what I'm going to say from there, but pretty big. Figured I'd loosen it up a little. My name's Anthony Malillo. I live at 33 Harvard Street in Cranston, Rhode Island. I come to you tonight as the Vice Chairman of the Cranston School Committee. Originally, I put I am deeply concerned. I crossed out the word deeply because I think something like this can be transparent and we can make it happen, but we should all have some type of concerns when it comes to this. My main concern is the deep impact, the potential impact that the proposed development at Mulligan's Island, comprising of single-family and multifamily units, will have on our already overburdened school system. Garden City Elementary School and Weston Hills Middle School are currently operating at capacity, and any significant increase of student enrollment could strain resources, impact class sizes, and put additional pressure on faculty and staff. Our priority remains providing a high-quality education in an environment conducive to learning. We must carefully assess whether our schools have the infrastructure to accommodate this influx of students. Before any approval moves forward, a thorough impact study must be conducted to evaluate how this development will affect student population, transportation, and overall school operation. We must ensure that Cranston's educational standards are upheld and that necessarily adjustments, whether it be in staffing, facilities, or redistricting, are thoughtfully planned. I encourage transparency, which I see tonight, and collaboration between city officials, developers, and Cranston School Committee so that we can make informed decisions that protect both our schools and our community's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual would like to come speak.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Stevenson, and I live at 87 Garden Hills Drive, which is directly across from Mulligan's Island. And I'm not one of those I am one of those residents who sit in that traffic at that light. Garden Hills Drive is a major cut through to Oak Lawn Ave. I see it every day, and it's jaw-dropping what I see at these lights with traffic and everything else going through those streets. More residents in that area will more than double the amount of people using that cut through and being at those traffic lights. I raised two sons in this area who attended the schools in this specific area. I am very, very familiar with everything around there. I'm not going to stand up here and say Cranston doesn't need housing. I wholeheartedly believe Cranston needs housing, but Mulligan's Island, it's not the place for it. There's other areas in Cranston that are better suited for housing. Go down to the end of 37, take a right. There's tons of acres back there behind the ice ring. Most importantly, our schools in the area across from Mulligan's where I live cannot handle any more children in the schools. Just look at how much it costs to educate a child in a school. The taxes don't even cover it. Now, I didn't come here tonight just to be negative towards developing this area. Housing. I do have a good suggestion. Mulligan's has provided families with food truck events, live concerts, family night outs, school functions, and other live entertainment events. The area has already proven that it can handle large flows of traffic and large amounts of people for hours at a time, not 24 hours a day, every day. Mulligan's Island started with batting cages, baseball and softball, miniature golf, and driving ranges. The foundation of Mulligan's was built on sports. Let's build off that foundation. It's zoned already for sports and entertainment. Housing may create a tax base, but city services and educating more children will eat all those taxes being paid up. It should be replaced with something for all the families in Cranston, not just families that need housing, also something that can generate a revenue stream for the city of Cranston. A massive indoor sporting facility, that's a home run for that area. It will create revenue for the city, not a tax base, but a revenue generator. And along that stretch of prison fence, you can put a BMX racing track in front of it, another revenue source for Cranston. And traffic issues have been a big subject tonight. I've heard it from a bunch of people. I'm no traffic engineer, but to get to the facilities I'm talking about, you come down 37, right where Tasker is, you take a left, you go up Pontiac Ave, and you take a right into that one way at Mulligan's, one way in, one way out. No residents live over there in that route. They won't be affected. I spent a lot of money when raising my kids in this area, going to indoor sports complexes like Providence has, Johnston has, Warwick has, Middletown has, North Kingston, etc. And families, they spend a lot of money racing bikes at BMX tracks. This area has got to be all about families, all about Cranston, all about generating money for Cranston. That's what this area should be used for. Thank you.
Next person who'd like to speak, please come forward.
My name is Hilda Riccio. I've lived in Cranston for 52 years. I raised my children here. They went to.
Could you
public
state your street
school,
address?
144 Woodstock Lane. I agree with everything that Dan has said, and I'm in agreement with the fact that we've got traffic issues, school issues. My recommendation for this property is not to put multi-use buildings in there. We have enough rentals in Cranston. I ride by rentals every day that I go by my house. There's multiple stories of housing, rental housing. I don't know if that's going to solve the housing price, the housing problem in Cranston, or the affordable housing. All I know, it's going to be costly to build. I mean, look what is going on in the entire country. If anything, you can solve a couple of problems by putting an over 55 community in that area. That might be a resolution to not overwhelm our schools. Traffic, I don't agree with businesses being in there. We have enough businesses in Cranston already. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual who'd like to come speak, who is here in the audience, please come forward.
Good evening, everyone. Chris Peplowskis, 14 Highland Street, Cranston. I come before you as a state representative from District 15 in Cranston. And like Vice President Dan Wall, I have heard many of the same concerns regarding this proposal, mainly from the Oak Hill neighborhood, the Laura Circle neighborhood, and some Garden City neighborhoods as well, even though that's outside of District 15. And as I've been out in the community, I've been taking notes of what people have been bringing to me. And a lot of them are what you said, Mr. Vice President. So I will just quickly repeat them. I know there's a lot of people online. One of the concerns I got, and I don't think it was mentioned today, was the height of the buildings that might be overlooking the Oak Hill neighborhood and the Laura Circle neighborhood, with them being 3 or 4 stories tall. That is one of the concerns. And I know there's a buffer of 50 feet or 100 feet, but I would like to measure the stage. I had to guess the stage is probably 80 feet. Doesn't seem like a big buffer to me when you think of a tall building up against the neighborhood. Another issue that residents have brought to me, and in fact some school teachers, are the impact on the schools. We heard the numbers tonight from Councilman Bernardo and from some others. The schools are at capacity. I don't know if we'll be able to absorb the amount of children that would come in. The playground was mentioned tonight. I was on the council when that playground took a long time to be built and finished and for us to get the funding. So I'd hate to see that playground removed after all that work that went in. And lastly, you know, it seems like a good faith argument by the developer, and I respect the developer. I know you want to do something with the property. But in a way, it is kind of acting like asking for a blank check. So I know this body, I know both bodies, I know you guys will do your due diligence, you'll work hard, and you'll come to the right decision for Cranston. But just try to take everybody's perspectives into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other individuals in the room that would like to be heard on this?
Yes, Matt Souza for Grove Ave. So I think the most important issue to talk about is that of affordable housing. I appreciate everything everyone said in that regard. Over the summer, I met a gentleman who was unhoused, and I gave him some money. I talked to him a little bit. He was sweating. It was like one of those like days where it's like unsafe to be outside, and he was standing there outside sweating, like risking like heat exhaustion. It's no one's plan A to ask other people for money. This person had to do that to survive. I was talking to him. I was like, oh, hope things like get better for you. He's like, I'm trying, man. He's like, I'm working third shift at night and I'm doing this during the day. So we really need to do everything that we can to make there to be more affordable housing in the area. Everything I've heard tonight from all of you all involved in this project from this side of the room, it sounds like something that's like worth considering moving forward. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else here before we switch to Zoom? Seeing none. Mr. Lima, let's begin the Zoom public comment. RS phone, please identify as you've been hearing your name and your address.
Is that me? Sorry, Rachel McNally, 113 Hilltop Drive. I was asked to unmute.
I can hear you, Ms. McNally.
Okay. So two things I would like to, well, actually three things I would like to address. One is that Mr. Mancini, you said that this is divorced from commercial. However, the first slide did show that it would contain commercial. And when the representative from the engineering company talked, he did talk about commercial. So I'm just kind of unsure where that comes in the development. The second thing is I'm a realtor, so I'm speaking as a professional now. As a real estate agent, I understand there's a housing crisis. However, if people think that this is going to solve that crisis, they're wrong. And the reason for that is that these properties aren't going to be affordable, regardless of them bringing more housing units. The issue right now in affordability isn't the number of units. Right now, the inventory is the lowest it's been in 24 months on the market. And that's because the interest rates are high. And the interest rates high are keeping people from selling their properties. So it's not necessarily that we don't have enough inventory per se, like for people to live in. It's that things aren't moving, or somebody brought up the houses over there off of Mechanicat Valley. They're too high. If something's priced $800,000 at 7% rate, you're paying $6,000 a month to live in a house. So I just want to keep that in mind, that I am all for housing. However, the fact that the argument that this is going to bring affordable housing is not the case, because those are two separate issues. And finally, our schools being overcrowded. I just want to, somebody had mentioned that we can hire more teachers. And as much as I would love that, I have two kids at Western Hills, but the school department sent out an email on February 26th. And I just want to read from it that additionally, so it's talking about a meeting regarding the budget on February 10th. And it says, additionally, that evening, the school committee approved the layoffs of more than 20 certified personnel. That is in addition to the first group of layoffs, and brings the total to 51 certified employees. A certified employee could be a teacher, social worker, reading specialist, school nurse, or building administrator, or another member of our school community. So I just want to keep in mind that our schools are already overcrowded and we are facing layoffs. So we already are going to have a negative impact on our schools without additional people. So while I'm not saying that housing over there is completely out of the picture, it just needs to be done correctly, and all things need to be considered. It shouldn't just be, well, you're not going to be the one to develop it, but we'll give you the permission, then someone down the line will change things. So again, those are my major points. But I do appreciate the developer coming before us, rather than with the 2008 and then the 2000 and I guess it was 20 proposals were done quite differently. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinelli. Next.
Dario.
Hi, my name is Dario Bashir. I live at 1900 Broad Street. I'd like to echo the earlier sentiments about needing housing, needing affordable housing. I'd like to point out that it's been shown, especially with most recently in Austin, Texas, where the laws of supply and demand do still apply to the cost of housing. It's true that this development will not and cannot solve the issue of availability of affordable housing on its own, but it will contribute to the overall supply. There was an issue with inventory even before interest rates went up, and I can tell you that as someone who was trying to buy at that point. That's all I've got to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Dan Muse.
Good evening, members of the commission and members of the council. My name is Dan Muse. I live at 60 Hilltop Drive. I am a direct abutter to the property. I first want to state that I appreciate the fact that the developer is not coming to this process with a finished product. It's an incredibly different process that allows for public input in a way that we have never had before. In the past, we have had plans that were presented as final and that they were not changeable. And the idea that we get to have input into this as neighbors and as abutters is very different. I would say that initially, my initial reaction is that a residential development is far preferable to the previous efforts to squeeze large retail into this parcel with very limited access to roadways. As you probably know, the ingress and egress from this neighborhood is very challenging because of the one-way elements of New London Avenue that kind of where it splits to go towards Oak Lawn and then kind of continuing down into Warwick. And so that is one of the biggest challenges of a retail establishment. And so residential is far more preferable. I have a huge concern that was addressed around the open-ended ordinance, and I feel that it was addressed by the council members, and so I appreciate that. A couple of points. It's unclear to me if the proposed single family would be subdivided or if it would be kind of one of the elements where it's a single plot of land that is then leased to single families where the land is leased, but you own the home. One of the questions that I would have is if you would consider those single families to be subdivided in purchasable lots, that who then would be in charge of the buffer zone between the neighbors and the new lot developers or purchasers, given that there's kind of a separation there. Next, the open space that's located at the west side of the parcel. So this is the open space that's kind of just south of the playground and kind of juts into the neighborhood. It's fundamentally different from the rest of the parcel. That is where the boulders were dumped when they built the golf course. So you have about a 3/4 of an acre kind of square there that juts in. It is basically filled right now, and that's right where my house is. It's filled right now with boulders and dead trees. Because all of the oak trees that were planted when our neighborhood was developed back in the 40s have reached their maturity, and our recent windstorms have knocked down most of them. Finally, just wanted to highlight that our neighborhood, Oak Hill Terrace, suffers very significantly from basement flooding due to a very high water table. We have this high water table because 8 feet below grade in the entire neighborhood is ledge. All of our basements are 7 feet deep because you can't go deeper than 7 feet. That topography will extend into the parcel. The old maps call that Slate Hill. And there's a reason that it's called Slate Hill. It's because the ledge is there. And so I really appreciate Councilperson Graziano's comments in regards to stormwater management, given that high water table and those challenges. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you. Next.
A reminder to the public, please use the raise hand button or dial *9 if on a phone. I'm seeing no other public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That does for public comment then, Council President, I believe. All right. We will now just, if the council or the planning commission has any questions or comments from Mr. Mancini. This is the part of the program, Mr. Mancini, will give you my comments. You don't need to respond. I don't expect you to respond. Okay? Yeah, it's on tape anyway. Everything's taped. It's no problem. I have a significant problem with your ordinance wording. It's a blank check. In this city, we do MPDs with specific plans attached to them. How many units, parking spaces, and things like that. I've done it for Printworks. I've seen it for Knight's Corner. I've seen it for Legion Bowl. I've never seen an MPD written this way, which basically gives you carte blanche to put any kind of residential housing in there. It could be multifamily, it could be very dense, and then you would be able to argue that you have the right to do it. I understand you're talking about conditions. The problem is, to me, sir, the way to do this is to go out to the market yourself, if that's what you want to do, come up with the best plan you want, put the proposal in front of us, and then we can talk about it. It is the cart before the horse to me. And it's just based on the precedent that I have seen in my own time here. It's been limited. I don't have as much experience as you have in land use, obviously. But what I've heard from the council, what I've heard from my solicitor, I think this is a broadly written ordinance that I would have significant problems supporting. I'm open to hearing your points at the appropriate time as to why it's essential for commercial purposes. But I will tell you right now, I'm skeptical of that because other people have done it successfully. Okay. Next is consistency with the comp plan. This comp plan refers to, this is an MPD and the zoning is recreation. I know there in the comp plan, there's always competing goals. But one of our goals in the comp plan is to, and I believe it's open space 02, is to improve existing recreation facilities. Mulligan's Island is an important recreation facility and it has been for a generation. I know there's a need for more housing, but you would need to explain to me a little bit more about why, as you say, it's always commercial or residential. You never talk about recreation as a viable alternative, when I've heard from the public, and I believe I am aware, that there's a demand for an indoor recreation area in this vicinity. I mean, you have to go to basically North Kingstown or North Smithfield to get a major indoor recreation facility. Okay. Zoning. This is basically zoned for recreation. And you're asking for a change. And what happens is that every few years, Mr. Mancini, you guys, this was bought, as you bought this, your owner bought this, and the zoning was recreation from 1997. And periodically, every few years, you try to go commercial, now you're doing residential. Again, I see recreation. I don't understand. You'd have to explain to me why recreation is not viable. Okay. In regards to if you decide to go down the housing route, as you are, I would need a fiscal impact study, a credible one. I've heard certain comments thrown out there about students and this and that. I know what the student population is because I've done based on apartments, because I've gotten information by public records from the school department in Cranston. So I care about Cranston specific numbers. I don't care about, hey, in Utah it's like this, and in Louisiana it's like that. So I have to work with my community. My perception is that residential housing is a net negative fiscally for the city. We have supported housing projects in the past. In 1 year here, on my side, and the council approved the equivalent of about 400 units and made zone changes to make that happen. When I do the math on your property here, there's something like in the range of 300 to 400 units potentially that you're looking at putting here. When I do all the math that you're breaking out by acre and the density, that is a very huge number. And it's actually could, as I've already heard, Western Hills is at capacity. Garden City is having an issue. This is significant. The smaller the housing, the more palatable, less impact it is for the taxpayers, and the more the school department can handle it. Obviously, the larger, the more of a problem it's going to be. But I'm going to need to see credible fiscal impact. Traffic, as you know, as you probably do your research, I live on Garden Hills Drive, okay? I drive into that zone of traffic. I don't drive in there from about 4 to 5. I refuse. I go other directions. I tell people I don't make appointments. I'm not doing it, okay? There's like basically one egress, and I can't do these words sometimes, like, one way in, one way out. over there. You're talking about the other way you're trying to create is through a park, which again goes against our recreation facility goal. And that was a park that's used by the neighborhood. It's very concerning for me. We have issues about how much traffic is going in like Alpine Estates neighborhoods. I'm not sure that's going to work. And again, it works if it's a small amount of housing. Large amount of housing, the bigger the problem. I want to say something in general, and I really need help with this. We usually don't put housing next to nuisances. We don't put housing next to dumps. We don't like putting housing next to airports. We don't like putting housing next to sewers. Prisons are usually regarded as something of a nuisance. Noise, light, safety, these are all concerns. You showed some housing in East Providence. It's very beautiful with the water and all that stuff. This is going to be housing next to prisons. People are ideally not going to want to live next to prison is my guess. I'd like to see what your data is showing about what housing that's next to prisons look like. I'm concerned about that because I'm authorizing this housing over there and it'll be deteriorate potentially and have problems because, you know, it will be like a joke in the area like Prison View Estates. It's just something real. Last thing about the compatibility. Oh, two other things on the compatibility issue. Residential in the prison has been, you know, they will do things, they will change things. When you put residents really close to a facility like that, the residents, even if you build the houses, they start, although they move there knowing that the prison was there, they'll start complaining about the prison. You know this. You were talking about Situate Avenue in Comstock. People bought their condos knowing there was an M2 right behind their house. That's what happened. They want to put an industrial, you know, they want to put a warehouse over there. What do the neighbors do? I don't like this. I don't want this. What will happen is if you build these houses really close to the prison, there will be constant friction between incompatible uses. I'm telling you, like I said, I'm concerned about that. You can persuade me otherwise by data or evidence from other jurisdictions. And last, affordable housing. In our community, we are exempt from the affordable housing permit, as you know. We have 25% of our housing is a tenant, is apartments, and 15% of it is affordable. If you go forward with a multifamily proposal, I will want to see 15% affordable housing in your multifamily proposal. This is something that I have required personally on almost every single multifamily project that's come across me. I wish you the best of luck. I think you have a lot of work to do on this, to be honest with you, Mr. Mancini. And I really want to understand next time you come here and I see you, why we cannot have a recreation facility there. Okay, thank you. That's all it is.
If I can just quickly respond to a few points, if you don't mind. I think all your points are well taken. And, you know, we, by design, provided you an ordinance that's unconventional and different from what you've seen with the other MPDs that you reviewed, which is the Print Works and some of the other projects, as I indicated before. We've done that purposely because I think this is a unique parcel that needs that open transparency and dialogue and discussion to create the ordinance collectively. Your other points were also well taken, and we'll do the research necessary to address them because we have to address them. And I want to make clear, you know, we did not, we're not saying that recreational is impossible. I think recreational is a challenge. We would like to do recreational, but it is a challenge to do it there because of the competition that has come into the area that is working there. And because of the issues that were vented out during the process, which was proposed commercial. A recreational facility, indoor recreational facility, is a commercial facility. It will draw the same issues and concerns that big box retail and some of the other proposals were before you. And so we've been sensitive with that. But we're not abandoning that concept. What we've asked for is for residential to be an additional component to the MPD that's existing, so that we have an opportunity to do recreational. But we don't think that recreation should be abandoned completely. But what we've seen and what our research shows, and I think what you've heard clearly tonight and what's been amplified previously, is that housing is in dire need. We need housing. And I agree, putting housing next to a nuisance is not a good idea, but research shows that there is a need where people will rent next to a prison. And why? Well, especially in an area like Cranston and like the area that this property is situated, there's a lot of pluses that overwhelm the negative of being next to a prison. The other conveniences that are afforded to this property outweigh that. We'll lay that all out to you, as we will with respect to consistency with the comp plan. But in fiscal impact study, look, any proposal, any report that we provide to you will be a credible report, because we know that if it's not, it's going to be torn apart, and rightly so. So it's going to be credible. It's going to be based upon numbers that are relevant to the city of Cranston and applicable to the city of Cranston. But I think the major issue and concern that the board and the council is having is the process. And I think that that is something we need to address, and I'll work on that because there is a legal process to do this and to do it right. And we'll find that middle ground in doing that. So I want to do that collectively with you. This is not, I don't have a site-specific project. I have the opposite. I have a site that I want to make specific for residential, so that I can then go get a project specific to the residential at this site, subject to your multiple layers of review, which will require all the things. So we're not going to escape the argument of school-age children. We're not going to escape traffic. We're not going to escape stormwater runoff. We're not going to escape the nuisance issues. But we can't use those items as a prohibition to residential development or a bar to residential development. Otherwise, we're never going to dig ourselves out of this hole of affordable housing and need for affordable housing. And with that in mind, Cranston doesn't have an inclusionary zoning, but this concept, what we're proposing, we're contemplating a 15% affordable aspect. We could come under 4553.3 and do a comprehensive permit, do a density bonus here. Just the fact that you're exempt doesn't mean that you can't accept and review a comprehensive permit.
Yes, we could review and we could reject.
You could reject it,
Yes.
but you have to reject it with good cause and good reason, and then we go off to court. That's
I
not
have-
what we want to do.
Yeah, but
and that's-
I don't want to get into a legal, we're both lawyers.
I prefer that route.
Okay, I don't have a problem. Let me put it this way, I've never been afraid of a lawsuit.
Neither have I. Neither have I. But but that's not the goal here. That's not what this property owner's developer wants to do.
Oh, okay.
Because we could do it differently. We could come with a concept plan, a master plan, show you 400 units and play that game. But this property owner, rightly so, has chosen to do it in a better manner. And I applaud that. I want to do that. That's what I want to do. And I want to do it in the community that I live. I mean, I don't want to do wind turbines there or solar panels there. I don't think that makes sense. But I think residential affordable housing makes sense in that area. And my job is to prove it to you.
Okay. One last thing, Mr. Mancini, just because you said that it's getting over 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I gotta go watch Trump.
I know.
So.
It's like I was going to say, in the 1998 plan that was approved by this council as part of an ordinance, it had a 2-story indoor recreation facility in it. Okay, I read this. An indoor recreation facility, you use the word commercial. I don't think the residents of that area would consider it commercial. They would consider it consistent with the original intent of that land. Okay?
And for the record, I was on the council in 1998 that did that plan. And I was one of the few people that in 1998, I made it a mission to learn land use in 1998 to draft that ordinance. And the controversy that came with that was still astonishing to me. People were against it. And it turned out to be, it worked. It worked. Here we are 25 years later, and it works. So I'm not against doing good recreational planning on that site. We will look into it.
Thank you. Any of my fellow colleagues have comments or questions at this point? Commissioner Lampier and then Commissioner Renzulli.
Very briefly, thank you. Mr. Mancini, thank you for coming this evening and explaining and sharing all of that information with us. I know this has already been addressed, but with regard to the proposed ordinance, the language that concerns me the most is the language that says multifamily residential uses, including multifamily, permitted by right, and then goes on to say are permitted by right on the property. I think that both the council and the planning commission have dealt with a similar statute in the recent past that has made us very wary of that language, and recent court cases that have suggested that once it is a by right use, what the council or the planning commission can do is very limited. So I am very concerned about that language. And I would point to Mr. Guglielmo's comment that what developers seek is certainty. But I also think that the planning commission and the council and the residents need some degree of certainty as well. And this language, broad as it is, does not provide any certainty for the commission. So I would just ask that that also be looked at by our solicitor in looking at that language and coming back with a recommendation to the commission or the council.
Commissioner Renzulli.
Thank you. Mr. Mancini, I would like to thank you for trying to have a conversation about this and not coming to Jim through a plan that has 400 units in it. I think your intent was to come here and see what the neighbors and the council and the planning are interested in so that you could perhaps come back with that. And what I'm hearing is there's some other options. So I hope that you will consider those when you do come back again. I also wanted to bring up, as far as incompatible use and a nuisance, no one has mentioned Harrington Hall, and that does concern me in relation to the prison as well. Other than that, I do really appreciate that you came to speak to us first. I know it kind of was a catch-22 for you because some of the questions that we have require you to have come forward with an actual plan. So you're kind of going to be damned if you do and damned if you don't. But I think this conversation should help you and the owner of that land maybe have some different ideas going forward. Because I'd love to see this developed. The idea of recreation, I'm very much on board with that. The city does need housing. Obviously, the whole state needs housing. But if we were going to put housing, and more significant housing other than the 400 units that have already been approved and have not yet been built, we should have considered building another school, because the city is going to need another school no matter where we put this housing. And the money from the 75% return from the state, that's gone. So we don't even have money to keep the teachers who are employed. So we definitely don't have money. We can't go back to the voters and ask for a bond to build another school. So that's just a fact. So thank you very much.
Any of my fellow colleagues have any questions or comments at this time? Council President, is there any comments on your side of the stage?
I know we've all been heard. Anyone else wish to be heard again? No, we are good.
Okay, if there's nothing else further, Council President, would you agree this would be an appropriate time for the joint workshop to adjourn?
Agreed. Yep.
Okay, I will make a motion on my side to adjourn. Is there a second on my side? Seconded by Commissioner Krupp. All in favor of adjournment of the workshop, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it on our side. It's over to you, Council President.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? Councilman Buonanno, Dan Wall. We're good. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Good evening.
You didn't do a roll call. Why don't you do roll calls? Planning board meeting. We are taking a 5-minute recess. Please, I thank you for your patience. We hope to be through within an hour, okay? Sorry about this. All right. I will now call to order the regular portion of our agenda. I have sat on this side of the table because I don't want to be in the spotlight anymore for another 3 hours. And so it makes it easy to see all of you. First thing on the agenda is approval of the minutes of February 4th, 2025. Do we have any amendments or changes? Hearing none. A motion to approve by Mr. Barberi, seconded by Mr. Exter. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Coop? Excuse me, Commissioner Coop, Commissioner Lampier, Commissioner Mancini. I'm going to take this a little bit out of order, Planning Director. The extensions, I like to deal with those because they should be pretty quick, and Mr. Murray's here, and maybe this is the only thing he has on his agenda. You can proceed, Mr. Murray. The first item on the agenda is Knights Corner Development. It's a extension.
Yes, good evening, President, members of the commission. For the record, Robert Murray. I'm here tonight on the 2 extension requests that appear on your agenda. The first one being Knights Corner Development. As the members of the commission may know, this is a multifamily development at the corner of Dyer Avenue and Cranston Street, across from the Cranston Print Works. The 2-year vesting period will expire on May 2nd. On an abundance of caution, we applied for a 1-year extension. And if I'll be happy to answer your questions, but if in order, I'd ask that the matter be, the approval be extended to May 2nd, 2026.
Does the planning staff have any comments for the commission about this? It seems like a pretty routine thing.
We support the extension.
Thank you, Ms. Ashman, Director Ashman. Any questions or comments from my colleagues on the planning board regarding this matter? Okay, hearing none, is a motion to approve the extension to May 2nd, 2026 would be in order. Made by Mr. Barberi, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. Next is the Cranston Print Works, Mr. Murray.
Yes, the second extension request is on behalf of the owners of the Cranston Print Works. Again, the 2-year vesting period will expire. Your agenda says extension request April 1, 2026. I'd ask if there's a motion to approve it be to April 4, 2026, just to be consistent. But I should advise the commission that we have submitted the preliminary plan already, and that will be heard on April 1st, your April 1st meeting here, I believe. In the unlikely, assuming we get through that evening, this almost becomes moot, but at this point, I prefer just to have the 1-year extension of the master plan with the anticipation that at your next meeting, a preliminary plan will be in order for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Would the planning staff have any comment on this extension related to Cranston Print Works?
We are in favor of extending it to April 4th, 2026.
Thank you. Does any of my colleagues have any questions or comments at this time regarding this extension? Seeing none, the motion would be in order for an extension until April 4th, 2026. Made by who? Commissioner Barberi is very quick today. Commissioner Coop, seconding. For discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray, are you here for any of the other matters on the agenda?
I am here for a few comments on the checklist item on your agenda, but my brother Gary, he's here on a zoning board item. I have no problem waiting if you want.
Okay, Mr. Gary, what's the zoning board item you have? Why don't you come up here and talk to me about Emerald Ave? This is the, we're next moving to PP Realty LLC at HSM Investments LLC, 1420 Elmwood Avenue. Could the staff give just a very, very brief overview of what this is, and I'll turn it over to the applicant.
All right, I'll do my best here. So just in summary, it's to allow relief from the table of uses to approve the use of a self-service laundromat in a vacant building. The zone is M2, so it's an industrial zone. Commercial uses are generally not allowed in the industrial zone. Future land use map also labels it as industry, but you can see it's neighboring a highway commercial services future land use map. So the area, that's the Bolero, if anyone's wondering what it is. Here's an aerial view, street view. See, this is a manufacturing building. Brief site plan, floor plan of the inside. As stated, laundromats are not, it's an industrial district, it's a commercial or considered a commercial use in our zoning ordinance, and laundromats are not permitted in the M2 district, only permitted in all commercial districts. Generally believe that the use is compatible with the general character of our neighborhood, does not impose any undue nuisances. You know, surrounding area, it's commercial, it's very commercial, somewhat industrial as well. And, you know, one can even consider laundromats to be somewhat of a commercial use just because they also produce nuisance or can produce nuisances such as odors, similar to industrial uses. You know, this laundromat, it would not impact it's redevelopment of an existing building, would not impact any existing potential future like industrial uses, either nearby or even on the property, and it won't prevent the property from ever being redeveloped into a industrial use. So the comprehensive plan, it's kind of silent on the use of industrial, silent on the use of laundromats. There's no like specific description of what the designation of industrial is, but generally, you know, the policy 11 states that commercial land retail activity should not intrude into industrial zones, as laundromats are considered commercial use in the zoning ordinance. So, you know, can refer the proposed use not compatible with the future land use map designation of industrial according to this policy. But there are also goals. There's also a goal in the policy that are actually in favor of this development. That's goal 82 and policy ED 23, basically have to do with like, you know, redevelopment of sites and attracting capital. What did I just do? Yeah, and I guess this is just restating what I just stated, is that, you know, LU1 states kind of works against this application, but while there's some, you know, inconsistency with future land use map and that specific goal, you know, the proposal is consistent with the general character of the area. It will not restrict any future industrial development of the subject property or any neighboring properties that are also industrially zoned. And also goals 82 and policy 23, you know, kind of align with this proposal because it's an adaptive for use unutilized property. Yeah, and therefore staff recommends that we forward the City Planning Commission forwards a positive recommendation on this application.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrahy on behalf of the applicant. As the staff has indicated, and as you may know, this area of Elmwood Avenue is certainly a transitional area. You have commercial, you have job lot, you have Price Right, you have bowling alley, you have this. This is a changing area. It's an island unto itself. The body of water in the back of it. You don't have any residential here, and this is a commercial use, adaptive reuse. It's not residential, but it is using the existing building. It's all within the existing building. So I actually have had a couple of clients who were interested in buying this property that came to me, neither of which of them was zoned properly. One was an adult daycare use. This is a laundromat use, which I would suggest to you is very much in character with the area and with the transitional area of this area becoming much more retail, an appropriate area for retail. I know there is some inconsistencies within the comprehensive plan. This is an industrial zone, but certainly a laundry mat in this next to the bowling alley across the street from Job Lot and Price Lot is totally appropriate within the existing facility. The parking is there, it's available. It's on that Elmwood Avenue, being a transit strip, certainly would be totally appropriate for this area.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. Is there any questions or comments for the applicant from my colleagues? Okay, Mr. Gary, I have just a couple of questions. You talked about how, as you can see in the report, there's an issue about it being inconsistent with one of the goals about going into using and trying to maintain our industrial zone properties for industrial uses. So I just have a few follow-ups here. How is this property being used now?
Vacant.
Completely vacant, not being used.
Not being used.
And do you believe by allowing this to be a commercial use now, that it will generate more economic activity for the city of Cranston?
Mr. Chairman, 100%. It's totally being vacant right now. There are other industrial vacant facilities on this part of Elmwood Avenue. I suggest to you that there's not a significant demand for that type of use. And if there is significant property right within Elmwood Avenue, which would be available for that. This would develop economic activity and provide a service to the residents.
Okay. Before we go to the discussion and vote, first I got to go public comment. Mr. Lima, is there any public comment about the laundromat?
I am not seeing any public comment online.
Okay, anyone in the room that wants to talk about the laundromat? Generally, I don't vote for use variances if you see me around. I do have exceptions. An exception is if the land's not being used at all, and then your use would actually create economic activity, and I see it as consistent overall with the comp plan, so I'll go with it. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Vice President Coop?
Just one sort of follow-up to your line of questioning. Granting this variant, not future occupant from conducting a manufacturing use in that parcel.
Absolutely not. Building's maintaining itself, so God forbid if this use was not successful, industrial use could go right back into it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments or questions, discussion from my colleagues? What is right now is a positive recommendation from the staff. Now would be an appropriate time for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve a positive recommendation made by Commissioner Renzulli, seconded by Vice President Coop. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it, Mr. Garrett. You have a nice evening, okay? Thanks for your patience this tonight. Let's see. Councilman Andahar, what are you here for? You want to do Farmington next? Okay, we're going to do Farmington next for Councilman Andahar. Come on up. All right. No, not yet. Sorry. The staff would, I'd like to please present the Farmington Avenue application.
All right, I'll try and keep this brief. The applicant and owner is Heidi Paz. The subject property is located at 175 Farmington Avenue, identified as Plat 8, Lot 122, and has a land area of 4,500 square feet. The request in hand is to amend the previously granted variance approval from November of 2022 for this property due to the submission of amended building plans to the building department. The previously granted relief specifically related to lot size and frontage, and now the applicant seeks relief for building height. The zoning designation of the property is B1. The future land use map designation of the property is single-family residential less than 10.89 units per acre. Next, this slide shows the aerial view of the property prior to the construction of the existing residence. This is the original site plan submitted as part of the 2022 approval. And here is a revised elevations plan illustrating the one new dimensional relief request submitted as a part of this application. The height went from roughly 32 feet and 7 inches to 8 inches above the required maximum threshold for the B1 zone, 30 feet. And then lastly, this slide shows photos of the existing residence submitted as part of this application. As for findings of fact, and again, in November of 2022, the applicant received zoning approval to build the existing single-family two-story home in which 1,500 square feet of relief was granted for lot size and 10 feet of relief was granted for frontage. The staff memo includes a more detailed outline of the timeline pertaining to building permit approval. To provide a summary, following the issuance of their building permit, the applicant submitted plans to raise the attic 2.4 feet, which were approved by the city. Following, the building department conducted inspections in which this change of plans were identified by the city. As a result, a stop work order was assigned to the property. At this point, the zoning official advised the applicant to submit a new zoning application for the same set of relief requested in 2022 in addition to the building height relief. Thus, as a part of this application, relief pertaining to lot size, frontage, and now building height are being requested as displayed on the screen. In regard to neighborhood compatibility, staff conducted an informal review of GIS in which it was determined that the lot size and density is lower than the average among other residential parcels within the required 400-foot radius. Furthermore, it was determined that over 80% of the properties within 400 feet have non-conforming frontage and lot size. Lastly, the new existing height is generally consistent with the building heights of the immediate area. The existing density that has resulted from the construction of this residence is 9.70 units per acre, which is consistent with the property's future land use map designation. Furthermore, staff finds that the following goals, policies, and action items from the comprehensive plan as displayed on the screen support the approval of this application. With that being said, in accordance with Rhode Island state law and the zoning ordinance, staff finds that this application is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, does not alter the character of the neighborhood, and recommends the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation on the application to the Zoning Board of Review. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brownell. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard on this matter? Does not seem present. Is there any public comment here in the room that would like to be heard on the 8-inch attic variance?
Hi, Andy Andujar, 17 Ruzy Street. I'm the councilman in Ward 3. I first want to thank the president and members of the commission for your service. This commission makes our lives a lot easier. So I spoke to a lot of the neighbors, the abutting neighbors in the area. Everybody is for this project. So I'm just here in support of it. And hopefully this commission could grant a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andahar. Is there any public comment online, Mr. Lima, that would like to be heard on this?
I see no public comment.
Okay. Is there any discussion or comments that my fellow colleagues would like to have on this variance? Okay, this would now be the time to make a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve positive recommendation made by Commissioner Renzulli, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the last of the zoning board recommendations, which is the Jesus Cologne. Probably said this wrong. Jesus, let's call it Zero Witten Street application. Could the staff please present that for us?
All right. So Zero Whiting Street is a dimensional variance request. Generally, is this proposals to construct a new single-family dwelling on a substandard lot of record, merged with an adjoining substandard lot of record under section 1788-10 of the zoning ordinance. This is just to give you an aerial view of the lot. It is the lot here to the right that both of these lots are co-owned. And I'll get more into the merger, but basically, yeah, these two lots are owned, but it's the subject lot is the orange lot here. Here's a three-dimensional area view of the lot. This is the empty lot right there. Street view of that lot. Zoning map. This is an A6 zone. Future land use map. 3.64 units per acre. Sorry. 3.64 to 7.26 units per acre. It's just a rough site plan of the proposal. Specifically, the relief is 172120, the schedule of intensity regulations. They're proposing lot area is about 4,700 square feet. Of course, they need to provide 6,000 square feet, so they need relief of about 1,264 square feet. I performed a kind of an informal 200-foot radius analysis, which is kind of comparable to the test that we would use to determine if substandard lots of record are merged or not merged. I officially can't do merger determinations. Only the zoning official can make those determinations, but kind of in a similar vein, if you do that analysis, it shows that the subject lot is smaller than the median lot size, which is just under 6,000 square feet for the 200 feet radius. So if the zoning official would make an official determination, show that the two lots would be merged under 1788-10. So I'm going to screw up that. That said, reviewing with the consistency of the general character of the surrounding neighborhood, it does not produce any undue nuisances, does not out of character beyond any other uses in the site. Yeah, surrounding area primarily is single-family residential in nature. And 8 of the buildable and non-merged lots in the immediate block surrounding proposal are under 6,000 square feet, with 7 of them being under 5,000 square feet, and showing that, an analysis of A6 lots within the 400-foot property show that more than a third of those lots are under 600 square feet. 10 lots are under 5,000. Some of those lots are located within the same, and seven of the lots that are under 5,000 square feet are located on the same block within 200 feet of the subject property. So just for reference, of the substandard lot sizes, they're all within this, most of them are within this little area. You can see they're all kind of consistently on very similar lot sizes just within this one block. And if you're just looking at that block specifically, you can see that the median lot size is 4,800 square feet. The median density is about 9.02 units per acre. Yeah, as stated, future land use map says it's single family residential, and pros use is single family residential, and density is this proposal is about 9.2 units per acre. So it does exceed the prescribed density of the future land use map. That said, though, there are these two goals, and these two policies do actually support the approval of this application. And, given the inconsistency with the future land use map designation specifically, the application does address the consistency in these ways, mostly that, there are very few undersized lots in the area that could be developed. So thereby, approval of this project is not likely to create a wave of development in this neighborhood that will it won't set a precedent that a bunch of those smaller lots could be developed. Because honestly, most of the area is already developed to that most of those lots are already developed. There are very few of those undersized lots. Those are the proposals compatible with the general character of the neighborhood. As we saw on that kind of block, it would fit right into that block. And there are also goals and policies in the comprehensive plan that propose the approval of a wide variety of housing types and flexibility in our development standards. I would argue that infill housing would fit within those categories and the flexibility. Therefore, while the proposed density is not directly in line with the future land use map designation in the zoning district, the proposal is generally within the character of the neighborhood and also supported by the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. And therefore, staff recommend that the City Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation on this application. Zoning Board of Review.
Thank you, Mr. Brueggemann. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard? Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on this application? Is there anyone online that would wish to make public comment on this application?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Do any of my commissioners have any comments or questions? I'll just make a comment. I'm not going to be voting in favor of this. People who know me know why. It's not consistent with the future land use map density. It exceeds it. Therefore, it's contrary to land use goal 18. Furthermore, the density of the properties within 400 feet of the subject property is 7.26. Therefore, this density of 9.2 would exceed that. So it's against the future land use map and would exceed the density of the existing neighborhood. For those reasons, I'll not be voting for it. Any other comments or questions, concerns? Go ahead, Commissioner Lanfear.
I was going to be quiet, but I am going to speak up. I would agree with that. And I would also ask, just in the analysis where you say there are very few or no other vacant lots that would likely be developed. There are, I don't know what direction it is, but there were several 4,000 square foot lots that are also very close to this property that are currently undeveloped. Were those included in your analysis, or you're assuming that there wouldn't be an attempt to develop 4,000 square foot lots?
Those are included in my analysis. A lot of the 4,000 square foot lots are also considered merged. And actually, if you look here, you can see these two. There's actually the houses are built on those 4,000 square foot lots. So you literally have to tear down the house to build on those. to build on two separate 4,000 square foot lots. And even if you build houses on each of those 4,000 square foot lots, there's not, that's basically it. It's these lots, and then there's a singular lot right here, which actually is oddly a separate owner from the neighbor, so that's actually buildable no matter what. Just rare to see. Yeah.
Thank you. The point I was trying to make is that there are other lots that are smaller. And once we start to go down the road of allowing smaller and smaller lots with higher and higher density that exceeds the future land use map, we're inviting development on those smaller lots. So that's part of the reason why I will be voting against that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lampier. Solicitor Marcella, is there any, this was a little bit complicated with the wording about the merger, and is there anything we need to talk about here about that, or is that really beyond our purview?
No, I mean, not at this time. I mean,
Okay.
eventually I'm going to, with Beth, rewrite the ordinance because of the new state law. We rewrote half of the ordinance and the other half didn't get rewritten. So to do it appropriately, in the next month, we'll be submitting something to the council.
Okay, I just wanted to know if there was something that we needed to talk about with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, the base analysis for you guys is the same,
Same, okay.
regarding the density and all that.
Yeah, thank you, Solicitor Marcella. Any other further discussion or comment on this application? Okay. Now would be a time for any kind of motion. Commissioner Lampier.
I would make a motion that we not accept staff recommendation because the density of the lot, if developed, exceeds the future land use map.
Just for clarification, when I said land use goal 16, I meant to say land use policy 18. Okay, motion, a negative recommendation based on the density issue of the future land use map. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Exter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Commissioner Lampier's motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, I'm going to need to see hands. So up. All those in favor of Commissioner Lampier's motion, please raise your hand. Okay, that is Commissioner Lampier, Commissioner Barberi, Commissioner Exter, Commissioner Renzulli, Commissioner Mancini, and the President. All those against Commissioner Lampier's motion, please signify by raising your hand. That is Vice President Pu, Commissioner Carrero, Commissioner Zadelis. So the motion passes on the basis of, if I count my math correctly, 6-3, right? Did my math right. Thank you. Next on the agenda, amendment to subdivision regulations. And there's a whole checklist here of stuff, fees. This is kind of confusing. Planning Director Ashman, please explain what this is about.
So there are three separate checklists: administrative subdivision, minor subdivision and land development, and major subdivision and land development. Really want to thank Bob Murray for helping gather input and getting some feedback into these checklists, because they are really important to how developers work with the department. In our review, one of the things that came up was a recommendation that we add the fees for the variances into the subdivision regulations instead of just referring to the section in the ordinance. So while our previous draft did it reference those fees, what has been prepared by Attorney Marcella would just insert that fee schedule right into the subdivision regulation, so it's next to all the other fees.
Okay.
But still open for input on these checklists.
Okay, so the checklist here, you're basically talking about the administrative subdivision checklist, the minor and major project checklist, and then the unified development review fees. This is
Yes.
it's all package, okay.
It's all a package, and the goal here is just to make everything as explicit and straightforward as possible.
Understood. Solicitor Marcella, obviously you have expertise in this area. What is this, is it okay for us to vote, A, vote on this tonight, and B, to vote in favor of this if we so choose?
Yeah, so two things. One, it is, I don't even think you need to vote. I think that Beth could do this on her own administratively, but I think it's a really good idea for you guys to vote and obviously get any public comment or any comment from you, because as the laws keep changing, the checklists keep changing. So I don't expect this to be the last change. Again, my input, what Beth did and I did was there was I would call it a model checklist from the state, and then we added and subtracted where appropriate. And my input had to do with the unified development fee kind of table, not the amounts, just the table.
Okay, is there any questions or comments from my fellow colleagues? Commissioner Zadelis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quick question. One of the basic principles in governmental accounting is our fees cover our costs. In your opinion, do these fees cover the cost of any aspect of the items on the filing fees?
They haven't been updated in a long time, and I haven't done a detailed analysis. I'm sure that the fees are well merited in terms of staff time that goes into these projects.
Okay, well merited or cover our costs that it,
I cannot
okay,
tell you that they cover our costs.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Zadelis' point, generally these are, I consider kind of like user fees. And therefore the users should pay for the cost of what it takes to run this. So I can't remember, I was so busy with this Mulligan's Island thing today, okay?
Fair.
So I was going to look at the planning department's overall cost and compare it to the revenues that the planning department gets from its fees to see if they're in line. Did you do that before the meeting, Commissioner Zadelis?
I did it with last year's budget and they weren't in line, but I'm talking about, even if we did an analysis on estimating the time on this, because, you know, ultimately they're doing other things.
That's true
But,
too.
you know, we can look at this, you know, just an estimate of an average, you know, master plan review. And we can do that internally. and
Okay.
get back.
I think that's a good idea.
In terms of revenue, you know, what's proposed is just neutral with what's been in effect for a while now.
Okay, so this is just basically, these are the fees that's been in for a while. We're just continuing on. In the meantime, you know, we'll hear public comment in a minute. Don't worry, I know about you, the office, Murray. And we'll, you know, we can evaluate whether or not we want to change this in the future. So if there's nothing else, any questions or Commissioner Renzulli?
Thank you. Because I'm new here, I have no idea about this. Who approves the fees? Just the plan commission? Does that go to the city council after us? Does
Well-
the state have model fees? Like,
I have a feeling we're going to hear from Mr. Murray
Okay.
about his opinion about who approves these fees. but,
Okay.
Mr. Marcelo thought it was, that's why I asked him if he thought it was legal for us to do it here, but
Okay.
let's save the question a little bit and see if we get an answer
Okay.
from someone else.
But
All right.
if I may add, the subdivision regulations does establish our fees for the planning department, and those are voted in by the city plan commission. So you do establish those fees.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Lampier?
Thank you. Just one suggestion that I had, and I did speak to Beth about this earlier, is on each of the checklists where it requires the signature of the owner of the property, if we could amend that in some way to provide that all owners of record need to sign that. We did have a situation, and I'm trying to remember, I believe it was when we reviewed Costco, And a portion of the property, my recollection is, was owned by the State Department of Transportation, and it might have been the area they were referring to tonight. They did not sign the application, and the application was deemed complete without all owners' signatures. So if we could just be clear on each of those checklists that all owners of record need to sign, I think that would assist us.
Do you understand the amendment that Commissioner Lanfear is suggesting?
I do, and I think it's a friendly amendment.
Okay. So at the appropriate time, we'll include your amendment as a friendly amendment, assuming we vote in favor of this. Any other comments or questions? Okay. We will now take public comment. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to make public comment?
Thank you. We on? We okay? Thank you. And I know the hour's late, and I know everybody wants to go home and look at their VCR, the State of the Union address. Let me just take a couple of moments. Thank you for your patience. For the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I have a couple of comments. I don't necessarily agree with everything I heard this evening on this issue, but first, just with respect to Commissioner Lanfear's, it doesn't matter to me what you end up doing. This is the checklist versus the application, and the application requires all the owners to sign. Typically, the checklist is prepared by the design professional, and they've now provided for the applicant to sign it. If the commission wants all the owners to sign the checklist, I don't care, but I just want to distinguish the application is really the document that I think the owners certainly should sign and be aware that somebody's submitting an application.
Yeah, my understanding is that we're making sure all owners sign the application.
Oh, I'm sorry. We weren't, the application wasn't on the agenda, so I
No,
thought we just.
no, but the checklist says you have to sign the application.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I apologize then. I thought we were focused on. Just by way of history, I was here in January. In fairness, I expressed some concerns about the checklist that the staff had prepared. On my own initiative, after that meeting, I circulated the checklist to clients, design professionals that I work with, some that I don't work with, and I encouraged them to make comments. I then became the vessel of their comments. And on February 18th, I met with Mr. Correo and Beth and Jonas of the staff to share those comments with them and some of my own personal comments. So I appreciated that opportunity. The last Friday, Jonas then posted the new checklist. In fairness, I was away this weekend. I didn't spend a lot of time looking at it. I'm not going to go back over the checklist. I'm going to assume they incorporated as many of the comments they heard from the design professionals, the stakeholders, as they could. So, but I do want to focus my attention on the fees. Respectfully, I don't believe the commission has the authority to establish these fees. I think it has to go through the city council. We have section 1786 of the zoning code, which sets forth the procedures for UDR. There's nothing in there about fees. If the city council wants to amend that ordinance and include the fees, that's one thing. But even if they didn't amend the ordinance, I believe under state law, the comp plan, any comp plan amendment like this has to be approved by the city council. So that's just my first thought. But I more want to talk about the basis for these fees. In my opinion, I don't believe the enabling statute for Unified Development Review allows you to establish additional fees for this aspect of the application. I read it that requests for variances and special use permits shall be submitted as part of the application for the preliminary plan or the master plan. And your regulations already establish very substantial fees, in my opinion, that applicants are already paying. But to go to Mr. Zadelis's question, okay, there is a distinction between the zoning board, because what we've done is we're trying to grab on subdivision applications that are UDR, the zoning board fees, because they're not going through the zoning board anymore. Zoning board, frankly, they're losing money, not the planning commission. Okay, the fees for the zoning board, with the zoning board for a single family house, if I give them $150 for the application, they have to pay the notices, the postage, the stenographer, the advertising. Okay, so if anybody should be looking at their fees, it's the zoning board, because I don't believe they're covering their costs. You know, you could get a mailing, a notice that Jana has to send out in the zoning office to 200 people. And, you know, so respectfully, I think the zoning board fees, and I'm not advocating increasing them, I'm just making the point, is that if the basis for this is, are we covering our costs? The zoning board isn't. Now let's talk about the planning commission. Unlike the zoning board, applicants for subdivisions, if it includes unified development, in addition to your generous fees, we are paying the stenographer. I pay for the stenographer. I pay for the postage. I pay for the advertising. Okay, so the costs are being covered. So then the question is, should we be collecting that fee to pay the salaries of the staff? Well, whether there's a application for a subdivision with UDR or not, the staff's getting paid, okay? And I don't believe they are, respectfully, I don't think these UDRs, and we're only a year into it, the staff has to, you know, spend an extra week working on an application. And I'm not trying to minimize what they do, but it's all one application. They'd have to review it anyway, but let's not do it on the basis to cover our costs. Because in addition, like, for example, on the Printworks, I gave $8,000 worth of fees. Now, there is no unified development there. But under this, I would, if there was a unified, I got to give them another $1,050. Okay, and I just don't think that's fair to applicants. I don't think it's needed, and I don't think it's allowed under the law. So on that basis, I don't believe it's proper before this commission, and you'll be guided by Mr. Marcella, and he and I sometimes don't always agree, and I respect his opinion, but this is not the way to go. You know, we had people here tonight talking about housing, affordable housing, and let's have another disincentive. Let's add another fee for people to try and come and get approvals for housing. So I appreciate you waiting all evening to hear that, but that's my thought. I just don't believe the planning commission should be sticking it to applicants with more fees when you're already getting, you know, and your regulations, you know, just so we're, you know, with with minor subdivisions and major subdivisions, you're getting a pre-application fee. You're getting the preliminary plan fee. You're getting the final plan fee. And on same thing on majors, you're getting pre-application fee, master plan, preliminary plan, final plan. Do we really need to grab another fee for unified development? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I just honestly want to better understand this. If you ask for a zoning variance, you pay a fee to the zoning board, which of course is the city, right?
If I go to the zoning board for variance, I'm paying an application fee, the same fees that are on your proposal tonight.
And are you saying that planning department, when an UDR is filed, where they're asking for a zoning variance, you're saying we should not collect that same exact fee that the zoning board would have gotten if it had been filed with them.
Correct, because
Okay.
you're already collecting an application fee under your regulations, based on the number of units. You know, there's a flat fee, then you get so much per additional unit or square footage. I just don't think that, you know, we should be, you know, zoning board is a separate agency and entity. You know, they have fees to sustain their operation. I don't think they're sustaining their operation personally, and that's Mrs. Zadelis is taking notes over there, I say. But my point is, you should pay an application fee to the zoning board. We're already paying fees to the planning commission, and I don't think it's right to collect an additional fee.
Your earlier question about enabling authority. Do you believe that this body has the authority to set the fees that it does now outside of UDR?
With city council approval.
So it's city council passes an ordinance, says what the fees are, and we're just implementing it?
That's a different argument. That's a different.
I'm trying to understand where our
Yeah.
authority comes from. That's
Well,
why I'm being honest with you.
No,
I'm
I
trying to-
understand. I think that under the Comprehensive Land Act, your regulations and any amendments thereto have to be approved by the city council. You just went through that process. Okay? We're now amending the regulations again without, and by the way, what it says is with notice, with advertising, and with a hearing. We have not advertised or scheduled a hearing. Well, it's on the agenda, I apologize. We have not had an advertised hearing on these fees.
We did have, they were part of the subdivision regs. Yeah, that's a good question.
I think the statute says it's gonna be advertised 3 times. There's been no display advertising for this.
Which we did for the subdivision regulations. Yeah, and this is
Yeah, that's what I was.
continuing that work.
In the regulations that we posted back, like, I can't remember when it was, December or January, were these fees included in those things?
By reference, yes.
By reference? Solicitor Marcelo, do you have anything you'd like to weigh in response to Mr.
Well,
Murray?
I'm, you know, I mean, I could get into it with Bob as far as his clients, when they do get a zoning variance, their, you know, the value of their property could go up hundreds of thousands of dollars for, you know, an $8,000 fee. But I don't think we need to get into that right now. But with that said, if the fees were incorporated, if it was incorporated by reference within the advertising, I believe that would be fine. However, to cover ourselves, it's not really a big deal if we want to, Beth, if we want to run this into one ordinance and run it through the council, put it on, you know, we'll get everything set and we'll put it on the council, you know, we'll ask to do that, and Mr. Murray can make his argument to the council on how his clients are, you know, not getting value out of the city, and he can make that argument there, and we'll see what the council does.
Yeah, I mean, I generally believe that fees should equate to the cost to the city, or user fee. in general.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Probably, I don't know, 15 years ago, we got sued by the Rhode Island Builders Association for the building fees didn't match what the costs were. So we have to keep it within the costs of, you know, of the application. I agree with that. And that's something done by the finance director and the departments. That really doesn't have anything to do with legal, but I don't believe these fees are out of line.
No, I don't think they are either. If anything, they may need to be higher. But there's a second point for me, which is like, which Mr. Murray is actually getting to me, which is, I usually believe that taxes and fees should be established by the elected officials, not by the appointed officials, because they're held accountable directly by the voters. Unless I have clear enabling authority from somebody who's elected saying, go ahead, set the fees. And that's kind of starting to, I'm just not clear to me that do we have the authority to set the fees, or are we just copying the fees that the city council approved some time way back? You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
I mean, if we're gonna make changes, we can just send the whole list of fees back to them on everything, if you want to. Just why even make this an issue?
Yeah.
Just do it.
All right, I'm just thinking out loud, guys. I usually don't do this, like think out loud like that, but is my fellow colleagues have any comments or about the fee issues? Commissioner, Vice President Cook.
I've actually been thinking about the issue that Solicitor Marcelo just brought up with the Builders Association. And I recall that was a lengthy ongoing issue. And one of the issues was, were the fees being used to subsidize the building inspections office overall, as opposed to specifically for the work related to each application. And I do think I recall that those fees were set by the city council.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to say about this? I feel more comfortable personally to have the city council set the fees, to be honest with you. And then you, Commissioners Ellis, can work with Plan Director Ashman in deciding how you want to set the fees to propose to the council. You're the Finance Director. It's kind of your purview with the Planning Director. Unless somebody feels differently about it. Because if we do that, Solicitor Marcella, can we approve this with the exception of the fees?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Is that okay? Yep. You all kind of understand what we're doing right now? You're gonna take us to court, Mr. Murray, if I do it that way? Is that okay with you two?
Murray, that Mancini.
You're smarter than he was with that, I'll tell you that. All right. I'll entertain a motion, as we've been discussing, about approving
The checklist.
the checklists and that, but that the fees will be deferred to the city council to address. Would also the friendly amendment that Commissioner Lampier made earlier about the record, owner of record aspect. So do I have a motion saying that? Vice President Coop, seconded by Commissioner Lampier. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Okay. Director's report. We're going to see each other again tomorrow, right?
Yeah, let's keep it short. We have an offer of technical assistance on some tree cover analysis and tree ordinances that we'll be working on with the Green Infrastructure Bank. And other than that, we're continuing to work on the outreach plan for the comp plan.
Okay. Thank you. If nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn and see everybody tomorrow who wants to talk about capital budget.
Motion to adjourn.
Made by Commissioner Renzulli, seconded by Commissioner Carrero. All those in favor signify by saying